even know what day it is anymore. It's Wednesday last time I checked. Good morning and welcome to Midnight's Edge in the Morning. I am Tom Connors. With me today is a panel of distinguished gentlemen. We have with us one Andre. How are you doing?
Greetings, everyone. I am feeling distinguished.
Good. We also have joining us, look at him down there. He's a fine southern gentleman wearing his fancy suit this morning. I say, it's a Mexican Iron Man.
Today you can call me Mexican Chato, because the Paul Chato from Canada is not here, and I was brought in at the last minute to help the Nordic guy, because he said he going to rape and pillage my island if I don't show up today. Hi, everybody.
Now, are you a former Mexican network executive? Is that what it is, like on Mexican TV?
Well, I am a former Latino.
Did you work on the Telemundo?
Telemundo. Bienvenidos al show de Midnight's Edge en por la mañana. Bienvenidos al Midnight's Edge en la mañana.
Excellent. I'm so glad to have the Mexican Paul Chato here with us this morning, I guess. So would that be Pablo Chato?
This is what you get at the last minute, folks.
We'll explain that in just a minute here. We also have with us Culture Casino. How are you doing, good sir?
Confused.
Besides looking very confused. I was just gonna say.
Confused. It's okay. Hi, everybody. We're here. We're here. Hi. Yeah. I'm great though. I played around with Rumble this morning. That was fun.
Yeah, how did that go? That's something that you also worked with together with non-union Mexican Chato.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Mexican Chato inspires me.
Okay, I want to make sure I get the money that the Chato guy gets and the money I'm gonna get, because I should get like 2 pockets of dinero money today.
Yeah, that's okay. I can promise you the exactly same amount that I will pay Chato. I will pay you all of the exposure that he will also be getting.
Wow.
So yes, we are equal opportunity here. So yeah, how was simulcasting?
It was neat. It was a lot of fun. I'm not even sure how it went over on Twitter. I'll have to go back and see if I can find it. But Rumble was great. There are still like lots of hoops to jump through over there to make it happen, but it's totally worth it. And there were some folks that watched it in real time, and I have a feeling that that's really going to be a viable platform for people who want to say what they want to say going forward. So very good.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I've been watching that, and for those that haven't done so already, go follow Midnight's Edge on Rumble.
True story.
Yeah.
My dog's barking.
And speaking of true stories, for those that wonder, where's the rest of the panelists? Well, we shall see who shows up. But Mr. Dixon, who you would have seen in the description earlier, he unfortunately had a last-minute engagement come up. So he will be coming either later or at a different time. That we are not entirely sure about yet, but we will have him as soon as opportunity permits. But we have plenty other here. We have Brian Neron, who also says Rumble is where it's at. We have Chad Rupnarin is here. Olaf van S is here. War Monkey is here. D-Bud Martin is here. And Southern Viking, I do like that name. Tim Pool's Beanie is here. Oh, where's the rest of Tim Pool? And then we have Alex Ashkin. We have Jason Fox from 540 Studio. Hey, Jason, fellow countryman of mine, check out his channel.
Yeah. Actually, I just real quick, I'm sorry, Andre, to interrupt you, but I did hang out with him for about 20 minutes last night on his channel. That was a lot of fun talking about Marvel stuff. So it was a good time. It was a lot of fun. Jason's a good guy.
Absolutely. We have Griffin is here, and Knut82. This is how I will all forever say his name. This guy to me is Knut. Nice Viking name. And we also have a couple of super chats here. HyperGuyver2 said, "Hail to the great Chuck Dixon," and we will get back to this one when he shows. And if we have to reschedule, we will get back to this when we do have him on. So we'll leave this one be for right now. But meanwhile, thanks for the support. We'll get back to that. Dr. Long Dongler sent us a thumbs up super sticker. So everyone, smash that like, help share the stream, and let everyone know that we are indeed live right now. Griffin says for $2, happy 18th birthday to Dragon Master 360. Oh wow, 18! Happy birthday!
Yes, it's a very important birthday.
Yeah,
you are an adult now. You have your own bills. Congratulations.
And they're now old enough to not just listen to Midnight Edge in the morning, they can now listen to Midnight Edge after dark.
That's right. Yeah. So there you go. Happy birthday. Don't anybody talk at once when I was trying to take a drink there.
Happy birthday.
All right. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
That reminds me.
Dragon Master 360. Happy birthday to you.
Feliz
cumpleaños. What?
Feliz cumpleaños a ti. Feliz cumpleaños a ti.
Am I in Mexico again? What happened? Oh, I'm supposed to do the thing. I forget. It's early, okay? I work nights. Somebody's birthday here, huh?
Yeah.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to... Whose birthday is it? Their birthday. Happy birthday to you. And many more. I'm going back to bed.
Yeah, go back to bed on the other side of the border. So, yeah. And getting into the topics of today a little bit. STR Red Wolf said for $5. Hey, lol. I saw on NBC the trailer for The Mandalorian on Disney Plus, and they had Baby Yoda jump out from a speeder. It screamed, "I'm CGI'd." Hard pass.
What the hell? Are you serious? That is the weirdest crap I've ever heard. First of all, why would it be on NBC? Second of all, why would he be saying I'm CGI'd and be proud of it and screaming it?
Well, no, it screamed that. He didn't necessarily scream.
I don't think that he said it. It was more like he was so obvious CGI that...
Figuratively.
Yeah.
No, I was taking it literally like Drax, okay? So...
Well, look, let me tell you, the latest episode, are we going to talk about that at all?
Let's see. I sat down to watch The Mandalorian, and I watched Exorcist 3.
I was going to watch it, and instead I ended up watching 2 other episodes of The Orville. Again.
Are you on the newer season yet?
No, I'm rewatching everything I've already seen.
I haven't seen the new ones yet. I'm sorry, Andre. Go ahead.
I am now 3 episodes behind on The Mandalorian, but I can't wait for Picard.
Hasn't there only been 3 episodes, or has there been 4 now on Mando?
I think we're on episode 4. Because
okay, so you saw the first one, just like me. Okay.
Yeah. So maybe for next week. But anyway, yeah, Cultured. How was episode 4 for the one on the panel? That really all should have seen it, considering that we're all about genre culture. But this, I think, is fairly indicative of the lack of enthusiasm for all things Disney and Star Wars right now.
Oh, I share your lack of enthusiasm, but because I have to talk about it later today and tomorrow, I watched it. But there were some neat elements in it. We had another tangential story that goes along with it that's kind of a reach back in time and, look at, what happened around Baby Yoda, Grogu, whatever you want to call the kid. You get to watch all of that. I'm not going to do any spoilers because I know people out there get mad when I do that. But I have to say that there are just moments here where your ability to turn off your brain, which is required for some of the terrible sequences they put that kid through, it's very difficult to do. And there is some excitement there is some good stuff there. There are some there's some moments there, but honestly, there's really only about 20 minutes of content, and only about 6 minutes of it is very interesting. The rest of it just feels lifeless. And I feel like, at least we focused primarily, absent that few minutes of, background for baby Grogu thing. I feel like at least it stayed on the same planet and solved this week's problem, right? Like a proper serial would. I still think that if you didn't have the little Grogu Yoda kid, whatever, it would be better. And they're still treating it like a child, which is just grossly irritating at this point. So I don't know what else to say.
Well, I guess there's not too much else to say. I do hope that it will get better, because honestly, this is the lifeblood for Star Wars. If Star Wars is to work, if it is to have any kind of longevity beyond the original trilogy, and the problem for the original trilogy is that right now there is more bad Star Wars than there is good Star Wars in terms of like sheer hours. So if it is to have any kind of like longevity or life as a pop culture franchise, I submit the Mandalorian simply has to work. So they have to get over the rut they are in right now. And I think what's needed for that is to try to like course correct from the next season. This season, I think, was fundamentally compromised by KK. I know Doomcock has reported something on this. I don't know the details, but to me, it looks like someone decided that, hey, finally, here we accidentally found something that worked with Grogu, so you're not getting rid of him, getting right in there again. And with that, they kind of compromised the series in addition to what they did to Carano and everything. So I don't have any hopes for this season, but maybe with a change of staff, if Bob Iger is capable of firing enough people, including at Lucasfilm, then maybe there's hope for the next season. It's my hopes there. Mike, any thoughts on that?
I have never, I cannot believe that I've gotten to the point that Tom Connors has been at for a long time, where he's talked about his relationship with Star Wars being like a girlfriend and just not caring at some point if she calls or not. I am there. And I can't believe I'm there, because I've survived. I came back after Gina was fired. I came back after, I keep coming back. Mr. Mexican Iron Man, Mr. Renty guy with his amazing tolerance of an abusive fandom relationship. But not this time, man. I just don't care. All the optimism in me is dead and gone. And I have to admit that even though for a better part of a year, I would go back and forth with Tom on Midnight Edge After Dark, and I'd be like, how can he feel this way? Tom was right. And now, if Tom was right,
apathy sets in after a while, man.
Tom, you were right. And it just took me a while, I think, to get caught up to where you were already at. And I'm there. I didn't even know another episode came out. I didn't even think to look. I can't believe that. And I'm in shock at myself. I mean, I'm a guy. Look, let me go camera on. Look, I've got lightsabers mounted on my walls. I got lightsabers. They're mounted all the way around in this home studio. And oops, I just dropped my camera on the floor.
And a lightsaber.
Yeah, here we are. That's where I'm at, Andre. That's where I'm at, guys.
Well, I mean, I totally empathize with you in so many ways, Mike. And I mean, look, I want to love Star Wars. I didn't watch the first episode of Mandalorian thinking, oh, this is going to fucking suck. That was the last thought on my mind. I was just like, I wonder what they're going to do here, kind of thing. I was wondering what they're going to, how they're going to play this whole season off, what the whole setup was going to be. And literally I got nothing out of it, right? Like, that's kind of where I'm at with it. And we've had 5 movies in the 10 years now almost that basically Disney has owned Star Wars, and they've all sucked. Rogue One is the only one that didn't totally suck, but Script Doctor's not wrong about the end. I mean, you can like the whole Darth Vader bit, but it kind of goes against his character at that point when, 10 minutes later we see him in a room full of bureaucrats basically demeaning him, right? Saying that he's an old sorcerer with old ways who doesn't know what he's doing anymore, right? Like, so, I mean, that kind of goes against what we just saw happening in that in Rogue One. But no, again, other than that, I thought the movie was fine. But beyond that, I mean, frankly, I feel like Favreau buckled. I feel like he gave in to whatever it was, whatever he had left in his gut after standing up to Feige and crew over the whole business over at Marvel. He didn't have that anymore at Disney, and he got trigger shy, or whatever you want to call it, or gun shy when it came to Gina Carano or standing up for this Mandalorian or anything, because he is totally just caved. I feel like I've lost a lot of respect for him in a kind of weird way. It's hard to say. It's sad to say, but that's what Star Wars has done. It has just destroyed not only Star Wars now, it's destroyed careers and.
Well, it destroys heart, and I mean, look at Robert Rodriguez, an otherwise amazing filmmaker.
Yeah,
about Disney, that one. Yeah. And Disney took his well, here's Robert Rodriguez. I'm gonna go do Star Wars, and they're gonna let me do Alita. Well, now you got in there, and then you created crap, and now you don't even get to do your own show. It is just a mind-numbing, mind-crushing, creative, just garbage disposal over there. And whatever goes in gets spit out, and never in a good way.
And I mean.
Not to be too harsh on it. Sorry to interrupt you, Tom, but not to be too harsh on it. But this episode was better than the last one, and it was short. I mean, if you take away the front end, credits, recap, all that other stuff, and you right before you hit the first credit, you're 27 minutes in, 6-7 minutes of that was side quest and intro. You get 20 minutes of the actual Mandalorian, and I feel like had they just left that anchor baby somewhere else and anchored it firmly outside of the show, they'd have been better off. Because right now it's just irrelevant, and I mean, there's some cute scenes in there, but again, I don't want to do spoilers because people haven't seen it yet. It just released today, or late last night, and I just don't. I don't have that joy anymore. So like Mike was describing and Thomas described, the lack of interest or apathy, you just run out of hate, and then it just is like, I don't even care anymore. And I've been there with Star Wars for a long time. And I've had this conversation with Nick and Coach over at Echo Base. And, I think we've all kind of had these conversations behind the scenes, but this particular episode, like I said, there were good moments in there. There were enjoyable moments in there. There were a few moments that felt like Star Wars. This one was actually directed by Carl Weathers, by the way. So, for what it's worth.
Yeah, cool. Good on him.
And I was just going to point out there is a cameo in it that I can't even get excited for. Not just because I'm not a huge prequel fan, but it's like, and... really? I don't care. And I don't mean character-wise, it's actor-wise. So it's not even really a spoiler. Ahmad Best has a part in it, so yeah.
Yeah, I covered it on the 6-Minute Daily this morning. I'm like, Ahmad Best is there. He's a Jedi.
And? That's my... And?
For being part of the side quest I was talking about, it's okay. It was okay. I enjoyed it. I think he was probably the best thing in the episode.
Maybe. I didn't. Yeah, sorry.
The most shocking thing of all is the words that came out of Andre's mouth that literally just hit me like ice jumping in an ice bath. If someone would have told me anytime in the last 3 years that I would be on a morning show where Andre would say he's looking forward to something coming from new Star Trek more than Star Wars, I would get the heck out of here.
Yeah, who would have thought? But hey, we are living in a world where up is down, black is white, and inside is out, and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah,
I'm boycotting Picard, but that's just because Terry Metalis won't talk to me.
Yeah,
I have no heart for. I've lost heart for that too. That's another.
Terry, why don't you love me?
Who cares if he loves you or not?
I don't know. I'm being a shit. Joker's voice says, I've come around to Tom's mindset as well regarding Dave Filoni. Oh, he's full of baloney. This season is about Bo-Katan. Oh, Boca Raton, yeah. A Filoni character, that's all he cares about. Same thing. What do you think the next big series is? Snips. Remember Snips? He's coming back. Ahsoka, I can't get excited for that shit. I've hated that character since the first time I ever fucking saw her. I'll say it.
Really?
I sat in that fucking theater going, why am I at this fucking movie for babies? I was trying to figure it out. I got excited. Okay, we're going to get some more Star Wars. I thought the third film was the last of it. I was wrong. Then I realized I've gotten duped into watching the first 4 episodes of a fucking TV show. And then we get this new character who is annoying as piss. And she's supposed to be Anakin's fucking apprentice, even though he's not even a Jedi Master? What the fuck is this? Where the fuck did she go? And we get the original Baby Yoda with the baby fucking Jabba the Hutt in that movie. Does nobody else remember this movie but me? I mean, it was the Clone Wars movie. Yeah. So it was me another guy. Me and another guy are sitting in the theater watching this movie. I swear we took a look at each other at one point, both with the same thought in our eyes, going, what the fuck are we doing here?
Well, let's just say there was room for improvement.
And I heard she got better. I get it. But guess what? That had turned me off so badly that there's no way I could watch that show. Like, I was done. And to me, I seen from the start exactly what she was. It was like pre-woke, right? I saw that back then. I'm like, oh, what the hell are they doing? Like, why is this character even a character?
Well, the thing we know about David Filoni is not only did he like Disney princesses before they were Disney princesses, but he himself is a Disney princess. We now know that.
Hey, and I know people love Ahsoka now. I get it. You've soaked her up and you love her. I know people love the Clone Wars. That's awesome. I never got into it. Not only that, I'm supposed to watch them all out of fucking order. So
yeah, you are supposed to watch them out of order.
So but why can't they just put them in the order I'm supposed to watch them?
I have a confession. Rosario Dawson looks almost exactly like one of my Puerto Rican ex-girlfriends. So I love
Rosario Dawson. So that's the only reason I care.
I have a soft spot in my loins for her, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't blame you, and you're a lucky man. So yeah.
Anyhow, rant over. Filoni baloney. And yes, I may be crazy and a hater, but I never bought into that crap because it was Dave Filoni Star Wars. It wasn't George Lucas.
We got this one.
We got this one. Okay.
Yeah.
Then we got Mario Trillo. Did we get this one? No. I got the marshmallows, chocolate bars, and graham crackers ready. Let's let these fires burn, baby. It's the only entertainment thing about them. All entertaining thing about them now. Sorry. Hail Midnight's Edge in the morning. Well, thank you, Mario. Yeah, I can't wait for the TV shows about all this crap in Hollywood in 20 years from now. Hope I live to see it. Psychotic says, was Eisner told by the board to follow Chapek's plan? Eisner?
I think he means
Iger.
Was Iger told by the board to follow Chapek's plan? Because that is what is happening. Or is he just their hatchet man now? How much power does he still have? Also, thanks for short vids. If you were referring to the clips on Live Archives, you're most welcome. And yeah, let us use this to get into the main topic that's alluded to both in the title and in the thumbnail, because it's just chaos everywhere right now. Over on the DC front, they're in shambles because, well, let's be fair, Shazam! Fury of the Gods tanked so bad that the star threw the rock under the bus. And over on the Disney front, we have now learned from the trades two things. One is that Lindelof has left the Lindelof project. The project is still technically in development with this no-name director attached, but without Lindelof to draw the writer. So good luck on that ever seeing the light of day. And then the trades have also confirmed now what we have heard rumored and speculated, namely that there's going to be cuts, there's going to be people laid off, and there's going to be loads and loads and loads of people laid off, as in thousands of people laid off at Disney. And that actually makes this question right here relevant. Was Iger told by the board to follow Chapek's plan? Because remember, this was Bob Chapek's plan. So far, the only thing that Bob Iger has done different from Bob Chapek is that he has really gone out publicly, vocally, in his support of wokeness. But what he has actually done, outside of what he has said, is actually to continue what Chapek started with setting up mass firings.
In other words, he's acting like a CEO.
Exactly. He is acting like a CEO. And that then is the first question here. Was he instructed to follow Chapek's plan? Or is this simply him acting like a CEO? Culture, let's hear it from you first. Why is Bob Iger doing the exact same thing that Chapek was going to do, that he was fired for?
He's under an extreme amount of pressure would be my first instinct here. We all know what happened. In fact, we covered it here multiple days, all of us on this panel, what was going on with the activist investor Nelson Peltz. And I think that, the writing's on the wall and things have not gotten better financially for Disney. In fact, they've gotten much worse, and they're kind of the poster child for what's happening in Hollywood right now, as far as, scrambling to find money. But I think he's kind of forced into following the path that Chapek had already laid out. And that's not a bad thing. But he's being forced into following that same kind of game plan, because he actually promised that he would be paying a 17-cent. I'm being, obviously wildly speculative here and sarcastic when I say 17 cents, but he really is going to try to pay a dividend this year. And the only way to do that is to just drastically reduce spending. They have a lot of employment, especially in a lot of these studio properties that are not needed. They have a lot of people that are there for make work positions, things like that they have no business being there. And I think I can point towards one. And although we still don't know the reason, I think Victoria Alonso was the first salvo to reduce a lot of salary. I think you're going to see more and more people in significant positions will no longer be needed. For what it's worth, those are all of my assumptions, and no one else's here on the panel. But that would be what I think is happening. I think he's forced to actually be a CEO, and I think that's probably the best way to say it. So,
sorry, carry on, Tom.
Oh, I was just gonna say, in response to what Culture just said, I said what you're just kind of explaining there is like, it reminds me of, when a company wants to save a bunch of money, the first thing they'll do is either dump a bunch of employees, like you were just saying, like which they're up to, or you could dump one big fish, right? Like you did with Alonso. Now, how many other jobs were saved by firing her ass, right?
Well,
that's a good question to ask. Go ahead, Mike.
That's an excellent point you're bringing up, because what I was going to say is, someone who's seen a lot of corporate downsizings, sometimes people say, well, this company's spending so many millions of dollars in this and that, and my job's only 100, 200 grand a year. It's a drop in the bucket. That's true to an extent. But what Tom's touching on is the fact that when you get rid of someone, that also, like in the case of, let's just speculate on an Alonso hire, that potentially has a ripple effect of all the budgets that person impacts and all of the costs that go along with that person. It enables you to get a hold of a company, because what people don't realize, sometimes they'll say, well, it's a lot. The company spent so much money on this and that. They should get rid of someone making 50, 100, 200, 300 grand or $1 million a year, or whatever the number is. Well, the thing is, by getting rid of that position and anything that person affects, you have cost savings that are that exponentially have value add back to the company. And with the firing of this morning's bombshell firing, over at Disney, another bombshell happened, but we just, maybe in our sphere here on the YouTubes, I haven't seen it catch on really anywhere, but there was a Victoria Alonso level firing that happened over in the ESPN division.
There was indeed.
And this is major. This is a major, for those of you that watch it, so they used to watch ESPN like me, sports fans, this and that. One of the major architects of woke in the sports media for all things ABC was terminated. and it is a huge deal. I mean, this is the senior guy. Was terminated over there.
Is this the guy that replaced John Skipper?
I don't know if he replaced Skipper. I don't know if he reported to Skipper or replaced Skipper. I don't know that, but hold on, I just don't have his name handy right now because I'm doing a tax return as I talk to
Rob King.
Rob King, that's it. Bob King, yeah. So King is
after Me Too allegations or alleged harassment, evidently. So this is actually a little spicier than the other one.
Well, it's spicy in that regard, but it's spicy and important, and it's important because this is a very woke guy because and that's what's happened over at ESPN. Now I'm not saying he was being let go because he was woke or this or that. And it's fascinating to see these cuts happen because when the cuts aren't important or not a big deal, they'll just fire a bunch of low-level people.
Well, marketing, HR,
yeah, HR, marketing, they're beyond that. It's like what Coulter was saying earlier. This company, Bob Iger now has to grow up and be a real CEO. He can't be a weatherman. He can't be a used car salesman. He can't even hit the receptions and kiss ass and hope his stock's just going to rise off of. The reason that he presided over this company rising is because he went out and got charge cards and bought expensive Gucci bags called Fox and Gucci bags called Star Wars and Gucci bags called Marvel. And thought he was creating a valuable shopping mall. Well, now he's actually got to make sure that this shopping mall makes money that he brought money to build.
Yep.
Yeah, this looks a little spicy because according to this, anyway, it says that he was not fired in correlation with the cuts.
That's crazy. And here's the thing. I mean, Disney is always...
Well, it looks like he was even doing stuff online that says posts on social media is what nailed him here.
But he was so woke. I mean, this was such a virtuous gentleman talking about keeping your privilege in check, keeping your whiteness in check. I mean, how can someone so virtuous have done anything problematic in the slightest? This does not compute. Unless, of course, he, like all woke people, is a sanctimonious cunt.
I'm going to go with door number 2.
Yeah.
Ooh-wee. Andre on fire today, Andre.
Yeah, well, I look.
He rarely uses the word cunt.
Fired. And I will give Iger credit though, because based on what he said, I thought that he's really going to run Disney into the ground, and he still may. But with some of the firings that we've seen right here, I mean, he's toppled the drivers of wokeness. Yesterday, we learned of it 2 days ago now. We learned that he had gotten rid of the main influencer and driver of wokeness in Marvel. Now, of course, Alonso, she's not the only one. There is still plenty rot there. Lord knows Kevin Feige has become compromised and everything, but she was the main driving force. And now they got rid of the main driving force of wokeness in the ESPN division. Now, that doesn't mean that all is clear, but it sends a really powerful signal to everyone else, and the ringleader has been taken out. So whoever is left, they're going to be disorganized.
Yeah, and we're starting to hear some, as far as Alonso, I don't know if you'd been privy to this at all, Andre, but there's a lot of reports coming out where people are kind of saying how much of a tyrant she was.
Yeah, how can this be? She was so woke. I mean, she was so immensely qualified. I mean, she was she was Latinx. Let's not forget the X in this particular case because she insisted on it. She was part of the alphabet community. I mean, how could she possibly do anything wrong with all of those qualifications? And again, she was so unbelievably virtuous, spurting virtue the whole time. How could she be anything but perfect? How could she really be a toxic tyrant that everyone was so glad to get rid of? This simply does not compute. But of course, that is how it is. So the same description I gave on the other guy fits equally well on Alonso, because that's kind of like the thing. And this goes back in history. The most fascist, evil, nasty people are the ones that project their own problems onto others, meaning they will be supremely judgmental because they distance themselves from their own traits. I think that's what this guy at ESPN did, and I wouldn't be surprised if that is what Alonso did as well. And so the moment that they are gone, these preachers of virtue, morale and actual company virtue is going to go up, because they are the ones that are bringing it down in the first place.
I'm curious what his tweets actually were, or what ones they're considering in this for harassment. Yeah. No, I know. I'm just curious, just out of.
But still, that's another thing I think is interesting, and I would love to hear your thoughts on this, because we didn't hear a single bad word about Alonso or this guy before, or we could all see it, but we didn't hear anything. And then they're fired, and usually this is when we would be getting like the comments, oh, they were so fantastic and everyone loved them. And no, not here. Now we're getting the opposite. Now we're getting, this was a really, really nasty person, which only tells me that they really must have ruled with terror and kept everyone who disagreed with them quiet, all the while building resentment and toxicity.
Like, I know you and I had talked a little bit about this, because I've been hearing minor rumblings about it, but it's all seemingly from kind of the point of view of, where Script Doctor's coming from as well. And that is, this whole idea that she was given this post that was created for her, and primarily her job was to oversee post-production on all these things. It just, the timing of it, everything seems so weird. Because if you look at it, and I brought this up to you about how when her position was created was right in the midst of the first cracks of problems being shown, the whole Black Widow controversy,
2021,
Chapek coming after Feige underestimating Chapek. So it makes me wonder if Feige didn't do this as some cushioning, because I think Script Doctor's right. Watch, nobody's going to fill her role, because there's nobody to fill it. She was put in this position so if shit hit the fan, she could take the brunt of it. I believe that now.
It was a made up position. I mean, Tom, I've said that multiple times. I mean, they created a position.
They gave her a position that basically was covering all the problems they were having. Culture.
Oh, yeah,
I'm saying
100%. Yeah.
So basically, it's like you're giving this person, you're putting this person in charge. It's either sink or swim at that point. It's either you fix these problems that we're having, or you make them worse. Guess what she did? Make them worse. And we're seeing the result of that. And that's where I'm starting to come from, as far as I think it's a less, from what I keep hearing, is it's a less of a factor of the wokeness and the toxicity is why she was fired, more so that she costs a lot of money. Right. Let's look at the two big points here. Marvel has been a sinking ship, and Ant-Man's going to cost them in the vicinity of $100 to $150 million easy. But the other thing that we brought up last night, Culture, that we were talking about on Mead, is the whole Reedy Creek deal. She is one of the linchpins in that whole thing. And that could cost, and you said you can't even put a dollar amount on that, right? You said it could be from the hundreds to billions, hundreds of millions to billions. Sorry.
Yeah, easily. I mean, consider how long they've had the district, right? And how many just advantages they had for as long as they had them. I mean, the first park there opened in 1971. The Magic Kingdom opened in 1971. So since 1971, they've had essentially their own city. They have literally been a company town with all of the abilities of any other city. The ability to issue bonds, which Mike and I talked about yesterday on Mr. H, and so many other things. So I look at it, and to me, this lady cost you billions and billions of dollars. I mean, in the future, billions of dollars. You were relocating divisions, not just to the Lake Nona area, but also, some on-site stuff, so that you could actually take advantages of all those tax advantages and benefits that you have by controlling your own city. And now that just evaporates. I mean, it was going to cost them a lot of money to move most things from Burbank to Florida. But while that was basically put in pause, because they wanted to calm the employees down, and it's the problem employees they were trying to calm down, they were still going to move forward with it. That Lake Nona's getting ready to go gangbusters again for Disney. And again, this really, threw, a monkey wrench into the works for,
well, and as I was bringing up last night, not only now has she mucked with the movie side of things with Marvel, she done messed with the park side of things, which isn't even her business. Right. And I think that's probably another thing that really caused the stir in her, or at least the ire in her direction, is what I'm trying to say. But we have somebody else joining us. Finally, I'll give him the A-okay. It's because he dropped my video this morning. So after the show, I have something to watch. So it's okay, you're late.
It's a big, long video.
I don't care how long it is. I've been waiting for it. So yeah.
I've been promising it, and I've been a lot here. So here it is.
Well, I'm not lying when I say those are my favorite. May not just be my favorite videos that you do, Paul. Probably my favorite videos on YouTube right now.
Oh, thank you. I had it on the wrong side. No, you're very. And I think I did a good job on this. Lots of thorough research and stuff. It's just getting bigger and bigger all the time. Yes, Tom's talking about my TV guide video.
Yeah, sorry for no context there.
It's okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, and
but you guys are talking about way more interesting things than my TV guide video.
Well, we're discussing the ins and outs of Alonso being booted, the other individual from ESPN being booted. We were kind of broaching the Star Wars subject, and while we're on that, I think it's time to take note and have a memoriam for all those who never actually got to make the Star Wars projects they were hired for.
Wow. Oh my, look at that list. Oh my. And these are just the individual filmmakers. If you were to list a number of projects, because there's a couple of trilogies that never happened in here, then it would look even worse.
Do you know how many people here probably went to the bank and got out the loan to buy a house after they had the meeting with Disney and they gave them a tentative go-ahead, and now this? I could just imagine the number going, oh my God, I can't afford this thing anymore. I thought I had it. I thought I was rolling in cash, and now it's gone.
Yeah. Wow.
Paul Chato is being 100% on point. When I had my Hollywood production accounting office, I saw that happen multiple times. I'm like, until that check clears, well, we signed a contract. We've had the meeting. I'm like, oh.
Nope. No, not.
But just for those who can't actually see what's on screen, because I do know a handful of people do actually just listen audibly. It talks about the completed ones, which we all know, but these are ones that did not get completed. Edwards.
Let's begin for comparison. Let's begin with those that actually did complete Star Wars.
Well, of course, we have the original trilogy via JJ and Rian Johnson, right? We have Rogue One, but that had its issues because Gareth Edwards was let go, and Tony Gilroy came in and finished it. So he's the first one on the list. And then, of course, you have to talk about Colin Trevorrow, who was supposed to do the third film. Duel of the Fates was his version of it. That was rewritten by JJ and Terrio. So then you have that situation. So there's two right there already. You can't even get through the list before you start getting to them, Andre. That's the problem. then we have Solo, where Lord and Miller were shit canned 88 days into the production. So there you go. There's our completed Star Wars films at this point. And then you have Josh Trank, who was supposed to work on a Boba Fett project. Not to mention James Mangold was supposed to work on a Boba Fett project, regardless of his revisionist history, because I have double checked on that shit. That was even, I think, Kathleen Kennedy, I think, even said it at one time and then went back on her word. We got Stephen Daldry, who was originally supposed to work on Obi-Wan Kenobi. We got Benioff and Weiss, who originally had an untitled project. I think that was a trilogy, wasn't it, Andre? I think he stepped away for a second.
Yeah,
but yes,
that was a trilogy.
No, I just forgot to unmute. Yeah, that was a trilogy. So that's 3 movies right there.
Yep, and then Patty Jenkins in Rogue Squadron. J.D. Dillard's untitled project, the Kevin Feige, Michael Waldron project. And now we have Schrodinger's project that was formerly Lindelof and Justin Gibson written, but the director is supposedly still attached. But Lord knows when that movie's coming out, since it still hasn't even been frickin' written yet. So they haven't even begun pre-production or anything on that. So we're supposed to have a new Star Wars movie by 2025. Wasn't that what they said? Somebody remind me.
Yeah.
Well, we were supposed to have one at the end of this year. I mean,
that's why I hesitate. I'm like, well,
to begin with, we were supposed to have one in 2022. Then in 23, then in 24, now in 25, and I do not see that happening. So
my Rogue Squadron movie.
The earliest.
Was I supposed to get a Rogue Squadron movie?
Patty left.
Oh,
and let's not forget the biggest Schrodinger Star Wars trilogy in the room, Rian Johnson's.
A Roundhead.
Yeah.
I blame Paul for that one.
That he's so excited to get to, but
take the blame.
That darn Netflix contract got in the way. You know, the one that he made, 5 years after he started making Star Wars.
You know, he's getting to make his last film, and it's going to get a longer theatrical release, so he's happy. And Disney's actually created more trouble for themselves because they've created more competition, because Netflix is now going full studio. Hello, Forces of Light. Sorry.
You were saying. He got distracted.
I was easily distracted. Forces of Light. No, but I look, I mean, he's going to ride this Netflix pony for as long as they're going to shovel money at him. And they wrote him a big check. Well, they wrote him a promise for a big check, and he's already cashed one. He's got another one to cash. And, you know, like I said, Netflix is leaning deeper into theatrical, maybe full-on theatrical releases. I as much as they say that they're not doing something, when they often doth protest too much, they turn around and do it, like ad-supported Netflix, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, we're never going to do that.
Well, Star Wars killed themselves with the last trilogy. It went nowhere. Not only were they bad, there wasn't a continuation of anything. So they didn't give themselves any kind of fertile ground to build on for new stuff. So if they did that, like for instance, the trilogy, the 4, 5, and 6, you could very easily imagine what would come afterwards. And people have. I mean, they've written all sorts of books. There's been tons of books of what is going on. If they had just followed any of the books, then, you know, then that's, I mean, the whole point of it is to expand the universe and then just keep building and building on it. And they just cut themselves off. Can I
introduce this idea real quick, Paul? Think of it this way. They've made the same mistake in Marvel that they're making with Star Wars now, and trying to course correct. They are racing towards the sequel trilogy with shows like, you know, Mandalorian, especially this season. They're racing towards a failure. Why are you racing towards something that is a failure with the fans?
I don't understand.
Why are you racing?
They're filling the gap. They're filling the gap.
Don't do that. Don't do that. There are years there's years in between the First Order and, you know, what happened at the end of the sixth.
Right.
Film. So why are you racing to fill the gap to get to diminishing returns? I mean, you've already guaranteed them.
Yeah, the greatest gift that episode 6 gave us was the notion that the rebels, who are now ostensibly governing things, it's not going to be an easy thing to do. I mean, they didn't suddenly just win the entire galaxy. You're going to have outposts of supporters of Empire. I mean, there's just such a huge amount of opportunity to.
We got more of that in the first few episodes of Mandalorian than we did out of the Star Wars trilogy.
We did, and then it got dropped. Then it kind of disappeared, and now it's
because you had those guys going, well, shit, at least when the Empire was in charge, we had jobs and food.
Which is exactly what I heard from my relatives in Hungary after the wall went down.
Right, and that's typical. You're going to have that era of fallout or whatever you want to call it.
And that's what you needed to see, and there's just such rich material to mine for that, but then it just became trivial bullshit nonsense, because that's really the entire depth of their capabilities. You know, if they have handed at least these, you know, at the very worst, they should have just handed the final, or not the most recent trilogy, over to some science fiction writer like they did. What's his name? Who did Game of Thrones? He actually created a roadmap for the producers up until the point where he stopped writing, and then the stuff that the producers or the showrunners wrote was dreadful, which is kind of what we're seeing here with Star Wars.
And part of the problem began with, and it was just said in the chat here, the whole thing was set off on a wrong note because basically they made Princess Leia a horrible leader. They basically made her the leader of the Chad or Chaz or whatever the hell that thing was where they had their little city in San Francisco or not San Francisco. What was it? Pittsburgh? I can't remember now where the hell it was at. So much shit happened that summer. But anyway, their own little government. It's like, what the hell is this? Why is she not working with the actual government? And why is the Empire or the New Order still a thing at this point? We're and 30 years on. Like, what the hell?
Underground. She should be in the big building.
It was Portland. Yeah, Portland. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, there should be all sorts of aliens rioting and looting electronic stores on different planets.
Yeah. Calamari lives matter. No,
that's right.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. That's right. Don't take that large screen TV.
No, it was just weird. I'm like watching this movie going, this makes no effing sense. What is going on here? And they don't really explain it to us. And you're right. That was where the first few episodes of Mandalorian felt like a breath of fresh air. Cause it's like, okay, finally we're getting to see what happened afterwards. Like, how did the Empire finally fall? Cause we know it didn't just fall with one guy.
No.
Or two guys, right? There was a whole bureaucratic system there. Right. It was going to take years to break that down. So like, but at the same time, how could it still be around 30 years later? That'd be like if in the 1960s or 70s, there was still a small sect of the Nazis still running around or some shit, and causing problems. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, I mean, that's not entirely implausible. They went
it isn't. But at the extent, but then we get to what is it, The Last Jedi, and you have what is supposedly the New Order, which is hundreds of ships or whatever after the one little ship, and that's why I call them the Chaz or whatever, because that's all supposedly what's left of the former rebellion, whatever the hell they're calling themselves now. I can't even remember.
And don't forget in 1, 2, and 3. The governments of all the different governments of the galaxy lined up behind Palpatine's dishonestness. I forgot the word that I was trying to think of, and connivingness. And they were jettisoned in 7, 8, and 9. We didn't learn what they needed to accomplish. Now that they were the architects of putting Palpatine in power mistakenly. I mean, they were manipulated. So there's just tons of stuff available to dive into. A very rich history available, and just gone for going pew 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 pew. That's JJ's capabilities end with pew 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 pew. Very disappointing to any literate individual.
Yeah, it's I think that pretty much sums it up. Very, very disappointing to any literate individual. And that is really the gist of Star Wars right now as a whole. Very, very disappointing. The whole thing is in shambles. Everything is up to Jon Favreau at this point.
Oh, we'll see.
And he's not doing.
I mean, the Polish film Sex Mission made more sense than the trilogy from a future dystopian kind of. I don't know if you've seen it, Andre.
I have not. I'm not familiar with that one, but you had me at Polish sex film. So
it's called Sex Mission.
Yeah. just from that, I can tell that it already makes more sense than the trilogy, which does not take a lot to be fair.
No.
Is that like a Mission Impossible spinoff?
No. What it is, it's two male astronauts are in space. They're going on a mission. They're cryogenically frozen, but it screws up, and they end up going way too far into the future. And they land back, and the planet is ruled only by women, and they haven't seen a man, and they need to be executed because they've gotten rid of men hundreds of years earlier. Don't need no man.
I've read this story before in a Norwegian comic.
Maybe it came from that.
It's a variation of it, but yeah.
So it's got all the humor of a Polish sort of behind the Iron Curtain-y kind of humor, which I love. I mean, Stanislaw Lem is one of my favorite science fiction writers of all time. And so watch it, Sex Mission.
No.
Culture's
it had a very promising title, but yeah. But we do have quite a few super chats here that we need to go through. I think we got this one, but just to play it safe, we'll do it one more time. Mario Trujillo sends for $5. I got the marshmallows, chocolate bars, and graham crackers ready. Let these fires burn, baby. It's the only entertaining thing about them now. Hail Midnight's Edge in the morning. Well, hail all.
That's some s'mores for you right there.
Then we have Tommy Tables, who says for 6 Canadian dollars 99. Do you think Tom Cruise really loved The Flash, or is that just bull? I just can't see it. Yeah, because we already covered some of the burning wreckage that is Marvel, but there's burning wreckage over at DC as well. What with Shazam, Fury of the Gods flopping, and The Rock being thrown under the bus partially for it by the star of Shazam. But then we had some good DC news as well, namely that Tom Cruise, for some reason, has seen an advanced screening of The Flash, and he loved it. Or did he? Or did he even see it? Luckily, we have a Tom Cruise fan right here on the panel. Who may be willing to chime in on this. So, Cultured, what say you?
Okay. Tom Cruise fan. Okay, that's how we're going to do this? Okay.
I tell you what, Mikey, I know you're a huge Tom Cruise fan, so you should probably go first.
Okay, we have 2 Tom Cruise fans then.
There you go. No, Mike has more love for Tom than I do. That's true. So I think we have to.
Let me just say this, and then I'll turn it over to the intellectual conversation from Culture, because I think this is what I'm going to say. No one would care whether Tom liked it or not if Tom wasn't the gold Midas touch gold filmmaker right now. It's just like, well, Tom Cruise likes it, guys. So you guys should all go see it too. All right, go ahead, Culture. Sorry.
My guess here is that he may have seen it. He may have enjoyed it. Or he may want something from Warner Brothers.
Well, doesn't he do work with Warner Brothers?
He has, yeah. The Last Samurai, I think he did with Warner Brothers, and maybe a few other things. I would just strongly suspect perhaps he's looking for something else. I mean, Hollywood is a tit for tat town. Probably.
You know what? But he's at a point in his career where he actually does not have to do that.
That's true, but sometimes, let's say you want the rights for something, or there's a script you want back, or there's a sequel you'd like to make. It isn't. I don't think he's above what everybody else there does, which is to wash, somebody else's back in order to get his back washed. I think that's
You're
something
so cynical.
I think it's the opposite. I think hey guys, did you hear that Tom Cruise saw a movie and he likes it? That means it's gonna be awesome. You should see it too. That's what I think it is.
What I think is you can't write this man a big enough check because of what Chato said. Right now, he is, and Mike's right too, that he is the gold standard right now for Hollywood. He's a winner. He's about to be another winner coming up this summer, and he's going to be a bigger winner a year from now. So you're going to watch his next 2 films explode. All the studios are going to be like, oh man, let's do something with Tom before he's not making films anymore. I think there's something there. And yes, I am rather cynical. Yeah, but I'm not wrong.
Wow. He's not humble either. He's not humble either.
Let's see what happens.
Christ.
What if they are using his reputation as a kingmaker?
That's what I think it is.
Yeah. And you know what? Chato didn't call you cynical.
Warner Brothers in DC. Well, because Chato knows me already. He knows I'm an a-hole jerk already. But
I would never say that to your face.
Right. Wait, what? Wait, what? Anyways, I forgot what I was going to say. Now CA is coming off track now. I don't know. Oh, the thing is, DC. Look, DC needs all the help it can get from anyone saying anything it does good right now, given what's happened to Shazam, which I could not have even. I would not have predicted that it would have done this bad. I mean, this is just an epic fail. Epic fail. God,
but people are coming away enjoying it.
That's what trips me out. I've talked to 2 people that have seen it that are not YouTubers, not online personalities at all. 2 people that go to the movies pretty regularly, like I do, and they both said that they liked it. They said there are a couple little one said it was what do you call it? He said there were a couple wokey parts, but overall it was fun. And then my other friend that saw it said that they had a blast. They took 2 people.
What about the whole wokey part that it takes a woman to do Superman's job?
That's a good one, Tom.
I mean, I'm not lying.
No, you're on point.
Yeah, you're on point. I mean, yeah, it's because he's dead, but oops, spoilers.
I'd like to see Superman give birth. That's all I have to say.
Oh, don't give him any ideas, Paul. Jesus, that's all we need. Lord. It'll be like Junior all over again, only with Superman.
No, I don't want to envision that.
Well, that's what we think, Tommy.
My main thing was I don't think there was any taste or interest in a Shazam movie. That was it.
I think it had. Yeah, I think it has less to do. The failure of it has less to do with anything other than just Shazam was never a list character at this point.
No, and again, I can understand that the first movie did kind of okay, and in the atmosphere of a successful superhero franchises coming from everywhere, the tendency would be that we just need another log on the fire, not anticipating that the fire has already gone out. So there's a certain amount of logic that you've got to. It's like when you're touring, you go someplace, there's 10 people there the first time, and then the second time you go there's now 100 people, and you just keep doing it and then build on it. But then if if your business falls out from under you, then that's a whole nother kettle of fish. But I think that was their idea, was that they were just going to build on the first movie. It wasn't going to be spectacular. I don't think anyone was expecting $1 billion Shazam 2, right? I don't think so. But no one cared. No one cared about the franchise.
Yeah. Did you want to talk about that right now, Andre? Or did you want to move on to that when we get?
Although
to that?
The next Eternals, I'm lining up already.
Oh yeah. Did you see the first one yet?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh wow.
With the dude sticking out of the planet and everything.
Yes.
I can't believe that they haven't mentioned that in any of the later MCU movies. There's literally a dude sticking out to planet Earth right now.
We can't talk about that.
Well, I can't remember, like the Frozen guy.
Yeah.
There's a huge Marvel backstory around that, and I can't remember not that he's not a Sentinel, but they just
Celestial.
The what?
The Celestial.
The Celestial.
Yeah, but never mind the backstory. They're literally right now in the MCU is a dude frozen as he's sticking out of planet Earth, and no one said anything about it.
I just thought it was a callback to the Statue of Liberty from Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, well, it's likely bigger in scale. I mean,
there's a whole history behind those. There's a whole history behind those guys that they just dispensed with, and just at the very end of a movie, it seemed kind of odd. Why would you throw that away? There's a huge Marvel world built around those guys.
Yeah, well, that's the phase for you right there. Victoria Alonso was happy when she got her representation into the movie, and then nothing else really mattered.
Well, speaking of representation, I like what I'm reading on this chat screen right here. John Thomas wants to know, did Cocaine Bear come? We need more representation of Cocaine Bear, Tom.
Did it come out late enough to be nominated for an Oscar next year? Oh yeah, as long as it comes out within the year, it's always up for an Oscar. And how can you accomplish that? Well, first of all, you'd have to be an Academy member to be able to nominate it. But I believe that the process, it probably wouldn't even get to that process because as far as I know, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, like Paul or anybody else who may be in the know.
I'm not.
They're curated by the Academy themselves through various means, like I believe like critic reviews and other things like that, and then they come up with the list, and then the Academy votes on that list. Basically,
well, all I can say is when the DVD is peddled around, I know what's going to be in the gift basket for everybody.
Yes.
All I'm saying. The tie-in. There's only one tie-in to that movie. You can bicycle to everybody,
and that might work in its favor.
it will work.
I think Cocaine Bear is a cinematic masterpiece.
That's right.
Oh. I can't feel my teeth.
No.
No, it was fun. It was fun. It wasn't great by any means, but it was fun. As far as any Oscar, I know you're just goofing around, but yeah, I highly doubt it'll have any. I don't think it was even bad enough though to have to worry about Razzies. So, your arbitration nightmare Kurtzman says, "What happens with Celebration? Nothing to announce."
We got nothing.
No, not really. Not at Star Wars Celebration.
The Acolyte. They're going to announce that for the 7th time.
Will we actually see some footage from some of these productions? Maybe that'd be about it, I guess.
Skeleton Crew. They're going to announce that for the 3rd time. Maybe they're working on a Bad Batch 27 for you all out there.
You are just Mr. Bundle of non-positivity today, buddy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just think it's interesting that we've elevated a backroom individual like Victoria Alonso into news.
Well, she elevated herself into news. She was front and center of the stuff that happened in Florida down here.
No, it's true. And you know what? I listened just recently, yesterday, the speech that she made to, I think, a fellow Disney-zoids about what she was going to do and how she was going to fight the bill. Did you see that video?
Absolutely, many times, and there's more examples of that, of her in different places and in different ways. I mean, her little woke commentary that she did in Spanish on the red carpet didn't get picked up by anybody because she did in Spanish, but it was a very similar type of thing.
And it's, I think the evolution of corporations is interesting, where that kind of stuff actually might go down in a company. I've worked with Fortune 500 companies at the top level. I've never heard anybody do that. Like, everyone sticks to their knitting. I don't know how many meetings I had with, the Daimler heads, and everyone wants to just make cars.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, there might be some side talk of some economic thing, but man, they are focused on making cars, defeating the competition, or pushing back on some product that BMW came out that's kicking their ass. They got so many things that they're focused on, and this woman is all consumed with this secondary side show. That's what I found fascinating.
No one cares about the customer or even the company they work for. They just care about themselves and their own feelings.
Correct. Yep.
In fact, I've worked in quite a few companies, Paul. I will say that most people give a shit more about what's in the vending machines. Like, that'll end production real quick if something's wrong there before any of this other shit that you're discussing right now. Like, yeah, it's like, what? We ran out of Snickers? Hold up production. We can't go any further. Somebody's got to run and get more Snickers in the vending machine. Like, that shit causes more issues, if you ask me, in that environment.
I have never seen anything like that on a corporate level, ever.
Well, now we got to worry about Tom misgendering his vending machines.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, be
so when I kick it and say, "Give it to me, baby," it's possibly a male, or maybe it likes that.
I just don't want you like having any assumptions. But let's assume that we're going to read some more super chats today.
And General Winkster demands his Fritos. Free the Fritos. But yeah, thank you, Alex. And then we got Dash Attack here who says Star Wars Jedi Survivor is Star Wars Last Hood to stay relevant. For Tom and Andre, what is the sequel to 2019 Star Wars game Fallen Order? It's not on the Sega Mega Drive, so we probably don't know. Let's see here. What was it? I remember Fallen Order. What was the sequel?
I didn't play anything after that. I don't know what
There was
came out after that.
Fallen Order 2.
Well, I mean, the
Fallen Order, help me, but I can't get my lightsaber back up.
well,
there's a pill for that.
Star Wars Jedi Survivor is just dropped their trailer a couple of days ago. As far as
oh, he's saying that is okay. I thought it was a question for some dumb reason.
It's the follow-up. It's
maybe if it had a question mark.
Yeah, no, it's the follow-up to Fallen Order, and it's going to be Cal Kestis and his crew. So that's what this new entity is. This new game. It's the game picks up 5 years after.
I don't care about Star Wars.
I'm just giving context to the Conan.
No, I know.
I'm going to be quiet now.
For those curious in the chat,
no, keep going because I don't know shit about it.
For those curious in the chat, yes, because I'm Mexican Iron Man, my saber is dark. Thank you.
I'm very uncomfortable right now. How did this? Why?
You didn't see that one coming, did you, Culture Casino?
We all kind of assumed it was, a little darker than the rest of ours, I guess, Mike, but we didn't want to bring that to the table.
Hey, you know what? You guys have a dirty mind. I was talking about this. You guys have a filthy mind. What's the matter with you guys?
Oh, now we lost the audience.
Oh, God.
No, Lord.
We need more filthy minds.
Does it have a purple tip?
Oh, no.
Oh, God. When Andre steps away, we get in trouble.
I think we've officially...
Sorry for misreading that Dash Attack, but yes, thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Yeah, it is their last hook to stay relevant indeed. So yeah. Hey,
Zaben has become a member. Thank you so much, Zaben. Well, hopefully we'll have a members stream this week or next week. I mean, probably not this weekend, but maybe next week.
No showing your lightsabers there.
No lightsabers on stream. Joker's voice is in the house and he says, this season of Mando can be summed up in one word. Lazy. If I was reviewing it, I wouldn't watch it. Hashtag keep talking. Thank you so much, Joker voice.
Yeah.
I was really kind of disappointed in that first episode. I didn't think it would be that boring.
Dude, 54 minutes or whatever for the last episode, and the third episode, we get into the one that just released today, and you're going to be like, it was less boring, but more, non-engaging. I don't even know how to describe it anymore. This sucks, man. I'm watching entertainment to be entertained, and they can't manage it anymore. It's very disappointing. I blame Tom.
Yeah, you can blame me. Matthew Valenti says Velma just won a presidential award. What? Seriously?
Mindy Kaling did. She won the president's medal.
Why?
Sausage. Well, because honor those that virtue signal, and
man, she should have gotten an award for it. And even if she knows how to work her way around the kitchen, would be making me some curry. That's what I got.
So was Brandon all like, she's solving all the mysteries with that talking dog, and I'm gonna give her a medal.
She's just solved the mystery of my pad thai noodles.
Sure. And then Joker voice also sent in a member chat. No comment. Thank you very much. We got Mr. Esquire who sent in $20 and says, showing some love for the crew this morning. Mike,
what I do?
You are my favorite non-YouTuber on YouTube. I have a secret for you, Mr. Esquire.
Thanks, Mr. Esquire. That's very nice.
He's a YouTuber.
No, I'm not. See, Esquire just spent $20 and he proves the point because he says.
Now you're a professional YouTuber, Mike, because you've made money.
No. Wait, what? Oh.
You know that's the term, right? Like,
Wait, I have a button.
You are an official tuber.
Wait, I got it.
Professional.
Wait. There you go.
That's what Mike just realized. That he was now an official YouTuber. Ryan sends in $20, says, you can't have a show called The Mandalorian have the star be Grogu. The Ewoks were barely tolerable to Star Wars fans.
Hey.
Why are they doubling down on the TikTok fans who aren't real Star Wars fans? Yes, I'm going to be offended on Paul's behalf because he was an Ewok.
Yeah. Cha. Thank you very much.
But I do understand the sentiment.
You were a walkie-talkie?
I was a walkie-talkie.
An Ewok-talkie.
Ewok-talkie. I was Paplu. Let's play Drop the Sack. Whoa. I spent most of my time in the studio just going, whoa, 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 wow. That's all I did. That's all I did.
I can't believe that one of the first cartoons I remember in my life, you were a part of.
So
then they changed it for the second season. But yeah.
Were you hang gliding?
Yeah. Yep. I was hang gliding. Yeah. There was hitting trees and falling down. And I was the lead character's best friend.
That's a great Michael Douglas movie.
Falling down. Yes. They'd never make that now.
Joel Schumacher directed that too.
They would never make Falling Down now. Holy smokes.
No, it'd be about a Karen now.
Yes, it would be.
Oh my.
There's a movie.
I want to see your manager.
I was, you know what? I saw it when it came out and I was shocked that it was allowed to be made. Even then.
You know, critics just went after it though at that time. I remember they're like, oh, this is just a bunch of white male rage and blah, 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 blah.
I'm saying that.
Well, and that's where I say, like, this whole woke business to them. This is nothing new. We've been here. We've done this. We've, like, you know, the deconstruction of the white, you know, the whitewashed history. They already did that in the 70s and 80s and 90s. Like, this is nothing new. We've already done this. But anyway, I think we got this one before that, or it was actually sent twice. I think it was just we accidentally started twice. Joker Voice says, I've come around to Tom's mindset as well as regarding Dave Filoni. This season is about Bo-Katan, a Filoni character. That's all he cares about. Yeah, I think we got this one earlier, did we not?
Yep.
I think you just might have restarted, or I did.
It does seem that he is continually just pushing for the characters that he's created.
This is not new from this dude, though.
I used to defend him, but not anymore. It's so obviously true these days.
Yeah, today's equivalent would be falling upward. It's failing upwards. That'd be instead of falling down, failing upwards. Yes,
a lot of people are doing that.
Lost for Words says, "What's Mexican Iron Man's favorite window to jump out of?" Uh-oh.
What the hell? How is this thing spreading? Lost for Words. Thank you for the 5. Oh, that's
the answer is first or second story because then it doesn't hurt so much.
I mean, there's no window. Look. See this? See that window right there?
Or
do you live in the Amityville house?
Yeah.
Newsflash: I cannot fit through that window, and I'm not going out that window. And that one's not. Or that one.
It's not usually your house, Mike. It's usually somebody else's house.
Oh, for God.
Yeah, why would you jump out your own window? That makes no sense.
You know what? Thank you, Lost for Words. Next super chat, please.
We can't help it that your safe word is "honey, I'm home."
Interestingly enough, I can't find my evidence of Mike jumping into the water from a third story window, but he's willing to do it from a third.
Oh, he's done it from higher than that. I saw one where he went flippity flopping and he tried saying it wasn't him. I knew it was him. I've seen that ass before.
You see the one that Tom? Anyway, next.
Yeah, that was a long one. That was a long fall. I don't think that dude survived. If he did, he's not doing too good. Matthew Valenti says, it proves my point that awards mean nothing. Yes. Well, really, at the end of the day, they want to, whoops, I didn't mean to knock down your super chat there. That was an accident. You know, at the end of the day, unless it's the People's Choice Awards, I hate it when they come at us with this whole like, oh, Oscar's so white and all that kind of crap. It's like, you're the fuckers voting on it, not us. I'm not an Oscar member. I don't get to vote on this stuff. It's your peers that are doing this. The people that you're in the audience and the people that have been nominated for Oscars, the people that work in the industry, that's who gets to vote on this, not us. Same thing with the Emmys and the Tonys and the Grammys and all that crap. That's not us. Even the MTV Movie Awards have nothing to do with us.
Oh, well, that's for sure.
Avatar and Spider-Man proves if you give us something we want to go watch, and Top Gun, we'll go watch it. You give us something that's crap or mediocre and that doesn't have a good word of mouth, we're staying home. Yeah.
And Mags, we've all seen it. He's been in how many videos now jumping out windows?
No, I haven't been in. No. Matter with you people.
Shirogami is here. How you doing, Shirogami? Sends in $5 and says, Filoni is a failed clone of Lucas. I wish. If he was a failed clone of Lucas, at least he'd probably have some talent. But anyway, none of the inspiration, though. That's true. All of the cringe, yes, indeed. I don't know if George is not even that cringy. Sorry, but anyway, and he's been feeding Favreau a diet of member berries. Here's the thing that I think is really relevant is he is the one that is supposed to be helping Favreau with a lot of the, yeah, this happened in Clone Wars, or this is how this is supposed to go, and that kind of stuff. And so anything that you've had a problem with in The Mandalorian that doesn't line up with Clone Wars, he's the one to point fingers at, because he's the one who's supposed to be telling Favreau. Because I know there was a lot of people who had a big issue, because I'd never seen this show, but with the whole thing with the Darksaber, Mikey's Darksaber that he was showing earlier, and how that whole worked out. People are like, that's not how the Force works. And I'm like, well, that's how it works in the Mandoverse, evidently, because Favreau wasn't told by Filoni that that's not how it's supposed to go. So yeah, that to me is a big problem. And I think Filoni is just in it for himself. Ahsoka was a character that he was supposed to kill, but he found a way to bring her back.
I think she's a good character.
She may have become one. I just have not warmed up to her yet. And I didn't watch Clone Wars. I just saw the movie when it came out, and that was it.
Part of the problem too is a lot of creatives have a narrow window with which to work, both from a creative point of view, learn their craft. Rarely do I see people with a massively extended. Oh, sorry. I better finish my sentence quickly. Massively extended creative cycle. And it's with musicians. Not everybody's like the Rolling Stones where they're playing for decades and decades and decades. Most people have 3 albums and then they're out. And even Spielberg, I mean, he has not lost the ability to craft a movie, but his taste it does not line up with anybody and any audiences anymore. And that's that. We could have already lost Filoni and Favreau's best years buried in Disney. They might not be capable of doing something better because they're done. Although I hope not. I like Jon Favreau.
I do too. I feel bad for him right now, but at the same time, I don't. It's kind of I feel like I said this before you got in here, actually, Paul. I feel like he's kind of just buckled.
No, well, he's made a choice. He doesn't have to stay. He can collect he could just leave. He does not need another cent for the rest of his life.
And frankly, given the ending he pulled off at season 2 and whatever he went through that internally, et cetera, he may be done with this emotional ride. Feels like it.
Yeah, I'm assuming, and I said this in my video, he walked into Iger, whoever was running at the time, it was Chapek, and said, I'm done. And they've said, you're the only competent person left. We are going to open up the vault here. Please stay. And just hold on. We're cleaning house. Good things will happen. I absolutely guarantee you that conversation happened.
I agree.
Yeah. And then we've got Tommy Tables again. Thank you so much. He sends in a Canadian $6.99. He says, was this all just a game of good cop, bad cop? Chapek was very quiet since his firing. I've been thinking about this, Tommy.
That's interesting.
Go ahead, Mike. What were you going to say?
I think I was going to say exactly what you were about to go.
I'm starting to wonder if the reason Chapek left so quietly is that this was kind of just like a situation where they all knew that this was only going to work in one way. And that was if Bob Iger came in and took over, because everybody knew that he was Daddy Iger and nobody was going to respect Chapek. He had tried to play their game and he lost it. He speaking of buckling, that was one thing he did do, unfortunately. And I think that the board had lost faith in him, but I'm not so sure at this point if it wasn't more of a mutual thing.
I don't think so, because they
had no love. I don't know.
They had no love for each other while they were together. They had no love for each other while they were.
Well, I didn't mean that necessarily, but yeah.
Well, I mean, to do good cop, bad cop, you kind of got to have at least some kind of rapport. Like let's say you and I say,
guess
hey,
you're right.
Let's go good cop, bad cop with this person. We're on the same team. We're just playing two different roles. That's not the case here. Chapek had there's no way Chapek, who worked his ass off for 18 years to meander through this company, wanted to be walked out the door after barely getting his hands on it for 7 months. There's no way. So what happened is that everybody, it's the other thing that you said it last week, I think, on the show when you're talking with Chato, is that it's more of a case of like, look, here's a guy who they all thought about. I mean, if you look at the layoffs, it's funny because he's dropping 4,000 people. Chapek only talked about 2,200.
Yeah.
And Chapek's number of cost cutting was a lot lower than Iger. So it's a case of the news coming. How did you say, Tom? The news is better from Daddy Iger. I can't remember how you said it.
Yeah, because you could, you know, Chapek.
Yeah, I totally get it, and I thought so too. And if it was good cop, bad cop, then Chapek would have been free to close down any protests against the Florida bill, and he could have just been the bad guy, knowing that, oh yeah, Iger's going to come in later. We've all planned this out. I can be as nasty as I want to be, which actually would have been a very good.
That's a good point.
You know, but that Florida thing, that was a huge misstep, and
I really think
they were colluding together. They would have let Chapek just go out there, support, the staying away from politics, let the purple hairs at Disney freak out. But that was a weird incident. So that's why it's not good cop, bad cop.
I kind of took what I was trying to say in a muddy way and kind of put it in a more funnel and realized what I'm trying to say here is I think that the board had kind of seen, I think that what Paul is saying is more along the lines of what I'm getting at here is it's like they saw the writing on the wall with the Greedy Creek thing. They wanted Chapek to go that way. He didn't fuck up. They made him fuck up.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So at that point, it was like the damage was done. It didn't fucking matter. And that's probably one of the reasons why he got such a great probably exiting package and whatnot too, on top of it all, or they didn't fight it or anything like that. I don't think there was any good cop, bad cop so much as just that the board had seen, okay, we fucked up. This guy, he's not going to be able to lead this company because nobody's behind him. But who is? And this is what I was talking about was the Bob Iger thing.
If Alonso was behind this, the cheerleader, then this is going to go down as one of the biggest business screw ups of all time.
That's kind of what I've been alluding to
with this. The land deal with Florida, all this grandfathered stuff was just brilliant.
Well, and that's what I was alluding to earlier too, Paul, was that basically, sure, it's one thing to lose a couple $100 million on some Marvel projects and do what she's been doing. But I think the bigger point of contention here was she was one of the leaders of that Don't Say Gay campaign. Yeah. And that cost the company God knows how much money in the end of the day. And that, I think, is the big point.
I don't think there's any way to calculate how much money they've lost yet. I'll keep sticking to that until Mike proves me wrong, but I don't know that you can calculate how much money they've dropped.
Because that's all, they already got rid of Rice back when, and that was part of it from what we had heard. Because he was one of the other instigators of that.
Yeah, for the cheerleader for woke. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, they really, I mean, I can't say anything positive about what Victoria Alonso did along the way. They're going to try to find positive things to say about her. The trades tried to, she spent, she spent 17 years there. I mean, this is as good as they could deliver. Paul was, she spent 17 years with the company and she did some really interesting things. And I'm like,
and I think even though he was her boss, I think it goes a million miles to show where his power was at that point when she goes up there at that GLAAD ceremony and says, I sat him down for 45 minutes.
Yeah. That took like...
In what world do you usually get the ability to sit down and dress down your boss?
You don't.
For a few minutes, let alone 45 fucking minutes, and still get to keep your job and talk about him bad publicly.
That was an arrogant statement.
Tom, I'm going to sit you down for 45 minutes.
Well, I'm technically not your boss. You're more my boss anymore.
As long as there's spanking involved, I'm all for it.
Yes. Well, that I might be into. No, I'm just kidding. But is Andre back? Because this is funny. Because last night I said, Andre, this would be like if I come to you and I said, we need to talk, Andre. And I just went blah, 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 blah for about 5-10 minutes. You've been like, all right, time out, Thomas. Are you drunk?
Yeah.
Are you high? Are you on some other medication? Because if you're not, we are about to have a very serious conversation. Like, yeah.
In fact, why don't you sign off and we will speak later this week?
I mean, listen, as a someone who's run a company, the six worst words that you fear the most is someone cracking your door open and saying, do you have a few minutes to talk, Paul?
Uh-oh.
I mean, and you go, oh no, they're gonna quit. They're unhappy about something. Something happened in the shop that they didn't like. It's like I really don't want to deal with it. Could you imagine? I guess would it have been Chapek, when he got the knock on the door and Alonso was like, do you have a few seconds to chat there, Bob?
I bet it was her that got him to do that hostage video.
Yes, yeah. I'll bet you she actually tied him up and held the gun to his head.
Well, I think that was the 45-minute conversation she was talking about.
Somebody did. Somebody did. Somebody.
Oh, and I'm sure he went through a few struggle sessions through that whole thing, to be honest with you.
I was reminded offline by Paul, who was listening to the show, that she is Argentinian Latina, which means she happens to be cocky, arrogant, and ass-holy. And that's how the vast majority of all Argentinians look down on the rest of the entire Spanish-speaking world as if we're all below them all.
Well, regardless of who she is,
my
as far as her
culture, partner was Argentinian. I think it's just confirm that.
And I know it's partly because she was part of the game for 17 years or whatever it was at that point. So yeah, she does have power, she does have sway, but just I'm just beside myself at how she was able to pull that shit with Chapek. But that right there, I think, goes right to the point of what this whole thing, what I was talking about with the good cop, bad cop thing, is that they saw Chapek lost his power. He had no power. He had no sway. He couldn't even keep in check Victoria Alonso or any of these other fuckers, right? He even tried to say, we're going to stay out of politics and all that kind of stuff, and that didn't work.
Well, he didn't keep his word. All he had to do was follow Morley. I always miss Morel. The guy that was from BP that they brought in to replace Xenia for their PR guy. They lost him after just a few months because Chapek wouldn't listen to him.
Well, and I think
he'd given him a solid strategy. Shut up and don't say anything about this bill. That's a solid strategy in the PR.
Yeah. No, but I think the problem is, and Mike has said this so well before, is that Chapek didn't. He was almost set up to be a fall guy in a weird way, because he's nothing more than a numbers guy. He don't know. He's an accountant. He doesn't understand these fucking politics.
Nope. And I said when everybody's like saying Chapek's the savior, this, that, I'm like, you guys better watch what you're wishing for, because you're putting an accountant in charge, and I know these people. They're my industry. The last thing you do is send an accountant in to do a job like Disney CEO, because it is mostly a PR and politics job. You can't take a guy to talk logic and sense into people that are based upon emotion and entertainment industry.
You need a guy like Bob Iger who can go out there and lie to your face and make you believe whatever the fuck it is you want to believe, while he's literally got his hands in your back pocket, pulling out your wallet, taking out each and every dollar right in front of you, and you're literally like pushing it towards him like, here you go, sir. That's the kind of guy Iger is. I get it. And that's what I was saying about the whole, I get the good cop, bad cop thing, but Chapek was he was not up to snuff. Iger, they needed him back because nobody's going to take him seriously. They need Iger there because Daddy Iger can sit there and all day long go, you're fired. And they'll be like, oh, I understand.
Right.
There's something to be said for that.
There is. He's a politician. He can tell you exactly what it is you want to hear while he's telling you he's taking all your fucking money.
Mike,
That's exactly.
like, Mike, you know how important your community is to me. And then, like, I realized 3 days later, all the Mexicans got fired. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
It's like Castro firing you, and you go, well, it must be for the cause. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
You would
Exactly.
know you've got baby Castro up in your neck of the woods right now.
Yeah, he's having an interesting time.
It is true, though.
Leave my baby Castro alone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, my joke was kind of funny, but anyway, I've used it too many
I liked
times.
it.
I've done it too many times. Larry's been a member for 17 months and says Star Wars died in 2012. It's Disney Star Wars since then. Yes. And we have seen how bad it's been since 2012. Great panel, guys. Yeah, I can't disagree. And I don't think anybody else here is disagreeing either. Then we've got Scott Cook, who's been a member for 7 months. It says, I just can't trust Lucasfilm, Marvel, or Disney can make anything interesting anymore. The brands are weakening and quickly becoming irrelevant, in my honest opinion. Yeah, I agree. And this is where I it's sad to say it, but and this is what I mean sometimes when I say, let's get back to cocaine and capitalism, is I'd take some of the McDonaldized crap we used to get over some of this stuff now. And that's why I think when we see movies like Black Adam or Shazam 2 or even Cocaine Bear, we're like, yeah, it ain't that bad. 20 years ago, they'd have been horrible. They've been horrible fucking movies, and we would have been sitting here shitting on them because that's how bad they are. Nowadays, we get stuff like that, and we're like, oh, God, at least it wasn't as bad as the last thing. It shouldn't be that way. It's just a horrible time for all movies, not just Marvel and Disney, but yeah. What'd you say, Mike?
Pickings are slim.
Yeah. Well, that's why Top Gun, I think, did so well. I mean, I was surprised because I knew it was going to do okay, but I never thought it'd do that fucking well. I know why now. I mean, I'm not going to say,
because I'm the biggest Tom Cruise hoe.
I think it has less to do with Tom Cruise and more to do with just the fact that people wanted to see a fucking movie that it wasn't preaching at them and wasn't dour as fuck and wasn't superheroes.
And it had Tom Cruise in it.
Mostly natural effects.
Yeah, I mean, that also factored into it too, yeah. And it was a nice, familiar setting. I was kind of surprised Ghostbusters didn't do that, but I will argue that if Ghostbusters would have just waited a few more months, it probably could have done so much better. But anyway, Pinochet's Helicopter Tour says, I'm really enjoying DeAndre Unchained, just saying. Are you back, Andre?
That's when he was using the C word before.
I know.
I think there's something to be said for not necessarily superhero fatigue, but special effects 3D fatigue. And I think when you go in to see Top Gun and you're seeing them in real planes, you can't duplicate that in 3D. There's certain little nuances, the shakiness of the cowl, and just you're sure they could do it if they researched it enough, but because the 3D animators are fantastic, but real life looks different and feels different still to this day, and that's why John Wick 4 is going to kick ass, because they're kicking ass. No, because it's practical effects, and I've seen some of the trailers, and it's people falling down the stairs. Not 3D ninjas on a scaffolding outside of a 3D building, and they're looking kind of bendy and squishy as they're jumping around. I think people recognize the fact that 3D sucks most of the time these days. Oh, and of course, there's the legendary final battle in Black Panther. So I think people.
That was bad.
People want practical effects. They want Jackie Chan.
Yeah. Well, and I do know that is definitely part of why Victoria was let go. I mean, obviously, is that there was a lot of the complaints between, it's costing us all this money to do all these last minute visual effects, and they're coming out looking like garbage. And the animators are griping at the hours that they're expected to be working and stuff like that. So
It's always been brutal. I've been involved in the 3D business. I'm glad I got out of it. You think it's going to be fun, but you're just abused.
Yeah. Is Andre back yet?
No.
Holy cow, that 5 minutes turned into 20.
Okay, we're here. Let's go.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm going to save it for him, though. I just don't want to miss any super chats that are meant for him. James Esperanza has been a member for 6 months. Thank you so much. And he became a Midnighter. Then we got Joker Voice, who's been here for 19 months. Thank you so much. Then we got Big Daddy MRI sending in a big super chat. Holy cow. Thank you so much. So happy to know that Andre, Tom, and my friends on the panel are echoing my thoughts almost exactly. If it takes 10 years for Star Wars to recover, I probably won't be alive to see it. I'm 70. Wow, I didn't know you were that old. Holy cow. You don't act like it, sir. That's a tragedy for us old fans. KK gets her wish. Well, Big Daddy, you definitely carry that age well, sir. And now Andre is back.
Yeah, exactly. And also, prove her wrong. You're going to be there when you're 80. You're going to be there when you're 85. And you're going to be there when you're 90. That's your goal. 20 more years.
You know what? Make it your goal to finally see Star Wars back to good, and you'll be like the oldest Star Wars fan in theaters seeing Star Wars. That'd
maybe
be
not make that your primary goal in life.
No, but
that's one of the secondary things
that and some sex
in your next at least 20 years.
Yeah, that and some sex. And then Pinochet Helicopter Tour says, "I'm really enjoying DeAndre Unchained." Just saying. That was for you, Andre.
Oh well, thank you.
Yes.
I'm glad.
But yes, thank you again, Big Daddy. This is a very generous one. Thank you so much. And then we have, let's see here. I Am Me, who says, too much geisha and sister girlfriending in MCU. I mean, I guess.
I don't know about the geisha, but yeah, there is too much sister girlfriending. Most example being in Captain Marvel, where we were supposed to believe that Captain Marvel and that other chick, the one who was also in James Bond, were supposed to be best friends. I did not buy that for 1 second because those two actresses had zero chemistry.
Yep.
I could see the two of them getting in like some kind of like Karen fight and beating each other up in a mobile video on Twitter. I can see that, but I cannot see them bonding and actually being friends in any universe.
I thought if they could have nailed that and really had two actresses that could convey a deep friendship, that would have put the movie over the edge for me. That just slowed it down to a crawl. I didn't believe it, and I didn't believe it for one moment. And what's interesting is all these people that want to put that kind of, sister girl power into these movies that were never really in the comic books, and none of the core people who go and watch these movies really want to see it or care about it. But the movie makers decided, we're going to put this in there and get it out to a whole new audience that doesn't watch superhero movies in the first place. That's always been a bizarre math that I've never understood.
Yeah. Shadow Dance of the Red Mage says, Andre, your sarcasm is dripping on my sandwich.
Wow.
Well, thank you, or you're welcome.
Is that anything like the tears of your haters or anything like that?
Purple heads? Well, I think you would prefer the tears of the purple heads on your sandwich.
Probably. Well, we have a special guest joining us. I saw her in the chat, so I sent her the link, and she's free. Hello, Kara. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Actually, it's like afternoon.
It's like 2:00 in the afternoon. I'm eating lunch, and I thought I'd enjoy some entertainment while I was eating my lunch, and then
And also, while you still have the opportunity to be a streamer.
I know. I've got a job.
Sweet.
I haven't announced where yet.
Ooh.
But I probably will on Monday.
Sweet.
I'm so excited. It's Blockbuster.
Blockbuster's making a comeback, though,
I
right?
saw that. I'm curious what that's about. That's kind of why I joked about it. But yeah. But no, I can't wait to hear all about it. And we're so excited for you. That's amazing.
The only hint I will give is that it is in the circle. It's in our circle.
Oh, wow.
Yes. So
very cool. Looking forward to it.
Intrigued.
Yes. I'm excited. It's good people, people that I trust.
Good.
So I'm pumped. How's it going today, guys? What have you guys been chatting about? I literally just tuned in, and then Tom was just like, "Here's a link."
Well, as we've said before, if we see you in the chat and say hi, we will throw you the link. That's what we do here. We kind of like just like a fishing pole. Just if you want to catch it, go ahead. But no, we were just talking about the Disney shenanigans and the Victoria Alonso leaving or getting fired. That's still kind of up in the air as to what happened there. I mean, we've not really been broached too much. We did last night, but this morning we haven't even really broached the idea of what if she left, right? Because there's been a little bit of goings on in the back and forth in the media of whether or not she left or she's been fired.
Mm-hmm. And I know we talked about this on Toxic Femme on Monday.
Yeah.
So I have I don't know. Everybody can speculate, but until she ends up somewhere else, I highly doubt that we'll really know. And but we'll see.
Yeah.
Hopefully she doesn't go and screw up some other pop culture thing that we like.
Well, that's just it. She doesn't seem to have anything really lined up yet, but I don't think she'll have a problem bouncing back. But then again, I don't think she'll be put in a position where she'll be in charge of anything that important ever again.
Yeah.
You know what? I think she will have a problem bouncing back. I think she will.
Do tell.
Yeah. No, because most corporations, unless they are already taken over by the infestation is so bad that there is no control or anything at all. The only way that she's getting hired by anything is by someone else who is her ideological peer, who still has the authority to hire someone else at their level and continue to losing money. But it has now been so many years, and most corporations have, certainly at the board level, learned that with great wokeness comes great brokenness, as a wise person said in the comments here. And they've also learned that these times right now, they are the fuck it around it of times and the find it out it of times. So when you now have someone who, even the trades that write about her being fired, they spend like 2/3 of all the columns based on how woke she is and how she's all about inclusion. And then you take a look at what happened with Marvel. It's really not difficult to put 2 and 2 together. And what's the second news wave? Is there any kind of sympathy saying she'll be missed or something like that? No. Then you have the anonymous reports from inside of Marvel and the various effects houses she was working with. And they're basically saying, we're glad the bitch is gone because she created a toxic environment. So that's kind of like the peer review of her right there and her abilities. So there you have someone who has taken something that was a multi-billion-dollar property and turned it into $1 million property, and who everyone hates working with. And the most recent rumors is that Kevin Feige was afraid of her, and he's just relieved and ecstatic that, again, the bitch is gone. That's the kind
crazy
of like,
how well you feel when you don't have to walk on eggshells.
Exactly. I do not think that any kind of company that isn't completely and utterly propped up by BlackRock is going to be in any kind of hurry to hire her, because they know that not only are they going to have to pay the white out of their eyes in her salary because she's going to demand compensation for every man that ever paid or earned more than a woman, just like Jennifer Lawrence. But also, she's just going to lose them so much money, and she's going to create a toxic environment where all their good talent is going to quit and go elsewhere and join the competition. Why the hell would any company hire her as long as they want to make money? I can see like Soros hiring her as a receptionist for like one of his like foundations or something, and that's pretty much it.
She is. I think you're right. I think she is like NGO material at this point because that's where she can continue to do damage to the Western world.
Continue to destroy society in one of the various diversity and inclusion NGOs. So go there and do what she's good at.
Yeah.
Go to one of those anti-Israel NGOs. She'd be good there.
For instance, one of those. Yeah, she'd fit right in one of those. Or maybe like if there's an anti-Spanish apart from Argentine one, then she'd probably be good for that too. As Mike said.
I think she could easily find work in the Ukraine. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I hear that BlackRock has invested bigly there. So yeah. So
Kara's making me hungry.
As soon as we're on the other side of that, so I'm sure that'll be great.
Yeah.
I don't understand the Ukraine debate as to what it means to be on the side or not. I'm not getting that. That's a complete mystery.
I would love to discuss that, but let's do that on Rumble so we don't get shut down.
Okay. And when we don't have a mountain of super chats sitting there.
Oh,
hey, I'm not.
Yeah, that's the only reason we haven't got to the rest of our news yet. But we're trying to get through these here, so and also give them the time they deserve. So
and we get to watch Kara eat while we do it. So.
And she's making us hungry.
Yeah, well, not just that, Paul too. I mean, the two of them, they both had to do together lunches and everything. So it's perfect.
And I haven't had Popeyes in like 3 years.
Yeah, Midnight's breakfast in the morning show. That's what this is now.
Well, like she said, it's like 2:00 in the afternoon where she is.
I'll brunch then.
I just got back from running errands, and I was just like, I need food.
Call sign Alucard is here, and he sends in $5. It says, do not forget her DEI woke push is more of a religion than just an ideology. Be ready for her supporters to dig in and fight to death. They cannot afford to lose. This is something to worry about, but also remember, when you take away what is usually in like the art of war is you go after the leader, right? Because once you get the leader, it scatters the rest of the troops because they don't know what to do.
Well, as they say, if you're attacked by a bunch of clowns, you go after the juggler.
No. There you go. We'll give you that one. That one was good. No, but I don't know if anybody else agrees with me or not. But I think, if anything, although do not underestimate the woke, or don't think that this woke is going to necessarily stop just because she's gone either, because all these other people have empowered her to do this, right? That are around her. She's one of the people that have built Marvel Studios. So just remember, all the rest of those people are still there with her. With her all this time. Now the only difference though is we've heard more about her personally in the last few days since she's been gone. I've been comparing it to a lot of the stories we heard about Ellen, just how tyrannical she was and how she was around the office, and she would favor certain other people over others and so on and so forth, and the typical stuff we hear, when these kind of things happen. But in this case, I don't think we're the least bit surprised, because if I don't think this has been mentioned yet this morning or not, but it does need to be mentioned. This is the individual that I kept pointing out years ago, kept saying they were no longer going to use the term X-Men. And then she actually said it in an interview where she said X-Men was an out-of-date term. And then the rumors were going around that the X-Men were going to be referred to as the mutants. And I got distracted because there's a puppy on the screen. There.
Oh, look at that.
Such a good puppy.
Oh my God.
Gus.
Oh, such a good puppy.
He's a good boy.
We get distracted easily by animals here. Sorry.
As it's normal human reaction. If you don't do that, you probably have no soul.
God, dogs are
This
great.
is true. Especially little pups like that. That's a good puppy. He's being such a good boy.
He's my good old boy.
Aww.
And he's down.
You get treats?
Yes, I gave him.
He's
a treat.
happy. Awesome.
Yes, he can't have my Popeyes, but I have a treat jar over here. So
well, at least he's got some treats. That's all that matters. It's like Robert. He'll apologize for giving the dogs treats. We're like, how can you apologize? People love seeing dogs get treats. We're almost excited as the dogs.
Proper treats. I'm not a big fan of people who feed their dog off their dinner table while they're eating.
Yeah, no.
That's why he doesn't get my people food.
Well, yeah, that's right.
No, you have to train him in that sense. Yes, absolutely.
He's seriously the most well-behaved dog. Like, I could leave a steak on the table in the same room and walk away and not say anything to him, and he won't touch it. He won't even go near it.
The big lesson is never get a dog whose head is higher than the your counter on your kitchen.
Now you tell me.
The Dobermans.
Dobies and Great Danes, but that's the thing though. I want a giant dog. I want a dog that weighs more than me. That is my goal.
Pretty good about it considering how big she is. I mean, I'm just joking about the whole why did you tell me till now, Paul? Because I've actually had bigger dogs in the past, but as far as all the bigger dogs I've ever had, she's one of the best. Like 90% of the time she will leave stuff alone. It's the fucking cat I gotta worry about. He will just waltz right up there and just be like, hey, what you eating?
Well, cats are cats.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck. You could throw him 10 times and he's still like, what? I want some.
And also depends on how well they're trained. I mean, I'm talking about the dogs.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
The dogs that my wife used to walk were just terribly trained.
Right. And now that we've gotten
he doesn't make it around the block though, because he's so old and lazy. He doesn't even like to follow us down to the mailbox.
Oh. Well, he must be getting up there, huh?
Yeah, he's like 13, close to 14 years
wow.
old.
Not bad.
So yeah, he's an old boy.
That's almost Biden years.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Almost.
I made an American joke there for you Americans.
You did. Canadian, but that was pretty good.
Going there.
He's probably got more IQ. He's still probably got a higher IQ than Biden right now.
Woo! And back to Super Chat.
Yeah, before we get canceled. Bucky Cat is now a member. Thank you so much, Bucky Cat. We appreciate that. Then we got Dark King here who says Russell Crowe, a lead or character actor. It's a good question. I would have said 20 years ago he was a good lead, but nowadays he you think he could?
In the right role, sure, absolutely.
I suppose, yeah, but he's not getting offered any major roles as far as that goes.
But
he's
living on his.
He was in Thor recently.
Well, yeah, but that's like a side role kind of thing.
Yeah, but that's what he is now. I mean, he used to be a lead actor.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
character actor.
Yeah, but it's because they're not offering it to him.
Yeah.
Well, and that's because he's between his age and his size. I mean, that doesn't help.
No one's offering me any lead.
He's become Marlon Brando.
Yeah, that's right. Listen, he's Australian. He's got a nice ranch. He's just sitting, chilling. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
I liked that article recently about how that restaurant kicked him out and then apologized and ate their words.
Yeah, that's another. Yeah, well, he's getting kicked out of a few places. He was notorious. I don't know if you remember for a while there for starting a lot of fights in bars, and he threw a phone at was it a concierge or something like that at a hotel, and that's why he got kicked out. I think that's what you're talking about, if I'm not mistaken, Kara.
I was talking about the restaurant that we talked about on Toxic Femme.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's been kicked out of so many damn places. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yes, this was more recently.
Yeah, it was recent.
That's right.
Tennis outfit.
They didn't recognize him, they did recognize him at first, but he was wearing a tennis outfit. That's right. And they wouldn't let him in because of the dress code. That's what it was. Yes, thank you for reminding me. I totally forgot about that. And then they apologized. Yeah.
And then it was almost a snide comment against him. We'll even let we don't care what you wear, even if you're the Russell Crowes. I'm trying to remember what that comment was, but they made a snide remark on socials.
Even if you're Russell Crowe or something like that.
Yeah.
And then Big Daddy MRI has us member chat as well. It says MCU is dead, Jim. Creative storytelling is difficult at best. MCU has lost its creativity as well as Lucasfilm. Disney and is an entertainment company, is reaping what it has sowed. You're not wrong here. I mean, they've lost the core audience, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were living off the fumes of their brand without realizing that they actually had to replace things with
new things, not remakes, not sequels, not somebody else's recycled garbage. They have to actually create new things that are compelling for the broad audience, and that's really honestly where they're falling down. But Disney's not the only one falling down here. They're just the biggest one that's falling down, because even in the gaming industry this is happening as well.
True.
Look at Ubisoft and all these other mega brand game titles, right? These giant studios, they're falling apart right in front of your eyes. And you know who would know that? This person right here.
Well, as a gamer, I think the worst thing that's happened is the power of computers and systems, where now just everything has to be realistic, and there's not a lot of creativity in any of the games. You're not getting Dig Dug. You're not getting any wacky stuff out there, because a lot of the wacky stuff, it was in answer to the underpowered computers that they were programming for. Now you get cinematic
scenes,
cinematic scenes, and vistas look beautiful, and you've got fog and lightning and all sorts of light effects, and everyone is going for realistic looking games. And I don't
know. There's been a big surge in like pixel games again recently,
like side scrollers, stuff like that.
But side scrollers, like
a hobby. They're just small titles. There's,
I mean, the AAA.
Yeah.
But the indies in general are really leaning more into like the RPG maker type games that they can do, because it's easily doable on software like that.
Yeah, well, when Unreal 5 is actually making a lot of the high-end production stuff that the AAA studios produce available to like you and me.
Unreal is just amazing.
Yeah,
seeing the things that it's capable of is really cool.
That's why you need a 4090 and NVIDIA 4090.
Yeah, but then the world's open to you at that point, Paul.
That's right.
It really is. And I look at it and I'm going, okay, I could actually maybe do some of this stuff. And because really think about it, this is what they're using in volume to do their in production effects stuff. All of that is coming off of somebody's computer. They're in the shack.
Yeah, we have a client that actually deploys that stuff.
Yeah.
But like I said, I have found the games boring. Everyone's making shooters.
Well, and they're not doing a good job of it. I mean, you can look at...
Well, we've also reached a point where we've pretty much gotten to where, like, the end of the line with graphics and stuff. I mean, what's next? Like, and what else can you do with gameplay? I mean, they've kind of reached the edge of... They got to come up with new things that I don't even know if they can anymore.
Well, they can. There's room for improvement in AI for
improvement, maybe, but I don't know about new gameplay in general. Well, like the Unreal Engine was something that completely revolutionized games, right? Like, what's the next?
Okay, so the next step could probably be game mechanics, right? We can start advancing from like basic run, jump, and strafe, animations, and move into just a different way to control your characters. You can upgrade UIs and things like that to make them feel more intuitive. There's a lot of room in those areas as well, and I think overall those get bigger and bigger. But like you said, I mean, the thing that's been turning people off has been the same thing that's been turning people off in movie and television. It's the politics. Look at the failure that Embracer Group had to eat with the Saints Row reboot of.
But again, you're still just talking about improvements on things that already exist in the end of the day. Right.
Well,
that's kind of what I'm getting at.
That's what every
Saints Row totally changed the entire tone of the franchise with this reboot that they did too. And it was a flop because people wanted that wackiness that we saw in the previous Saints Rows. Like Saints Row 3 and 4 were great. And then you come back to this one, you're like, oh well, I want to go and get a weapon, the weapon.
Right.
The particular weapons that were in Saints Row.
Yeah.
And
Well-
they took a lot of that humor away from
Yeah.
it.
And I guess you're kind of hitting the nail on the head there then in answering my own question, because really at the end of the day, going back, I mean, simplistic gaming dominated gaming for almost 3 decades before we finally got into the, 3D gaming age and the Unreal engines and other certain things that kind of revolutionized gaming from there. So no, you're right. You're 100% right. It's all about the content of the games itself, basically. So I agree with you. And then as far as this whole Big Daddy MRI is saying,
not just content, but art direction. Look at Breath of the Wild. And
amazing.
Pardon me?
Amazing.
It's fantastic. And part of that animation style is due to the fact that they've got limitations in terms of what the processor is capable of doing. I think you need limitations. And when you don't have limitations, then everything kind of looks the same. So Breath of the Wild is just beautifully art directed. I'm not seeing similar things coming from other studios.
Well, the next think about it, and this young lady will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think next month we get an amazing new Link Zelda game again.
Yeah,
Tears the Kingdom. I cannot wait.
Well,
goodbye, social life.
Yeah, I mean, Zelda
Goodbye,
Ocarina of
marriage.
Time is still one of my favorite games.
that's not good. Yeah.
He gets it.
But no, we got detracted a little bit with the gaming part of it. But going back to Big Daddy's whole original point here is, I mean, people like Victoria Alonso they are activists, right? They come in and they don't want to create something new because they know nobody would give a crap about what they're creating new. So that's why they don't want to do it. And they're also going into these franchises with nefarious means, right? Like, sure, she was part of the MCU before, but as soon as she got some power in her hands, and as soon as Perlmutter was out the door, and these other people were all on board with this crap, that's when it changed. They basically came in, and this is going to be kind of poignant here, and they said,
look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? My woke rampage is now complete. Instead of a red-headed girl, I'm a girl who's destroyed everything.
Well, what are they
basically what they're doing?
What are they going to do with that one HR woman who mentioned that her goal is to
the not so secret
everything?
Yeah, the not so secret gay agenda you're referring to.
Yes, that one. That woman. She's still with Disney.
Who for how long we don't know. And see, this is when we're starting to see, okay, so are we clearing out the people who are overpaid, that are overplaying their hands and trying to assume too much power? Are those the people we're getting rid of? That would be Victoria Alonso. Or are we getting rid of more of these activists in our company? And that'll be one of the people that'll answer that question, Paul. So if that person's part of the layoffs, and maybe a few others that are aligned with the reimagined tomorrow bologna sausage that they continue to preach to this day at Disney, will those people be walking out the door? And if so, maybe that's a turn of direction we can point to. As of right now, I think she just cost them too much money. Her activism was too expensive for them. And I'm going to continue to say, until somebody can give me a number that countless hundreds of millions, countless billions of dollars have been lost because of the activism around the education bill in Florida. And that's what it is. It's an education bill. It's not what else they try to target with.
For sure.
Yeah.
Labels are fun. I resist every day responding to someone who's purposely using inflammatory labels incorrectly. I mean, they're just, this is their game.
Labels don't mean anything anymore because they're used so much. They're just run to the ground. Like they have zero meaning now.
Plus, they're expensive. I just prefer to buy off the rack.
Words have no meaning.
They really. That's the sad thing, is they don't anymore.
Nope, they do not.
Silence is violence and words hurt, Paul.
It's like that scene.
Have you ever been stabbed with a
Princess
T?
Bride.
It hurts.
Or a J. That'll hook you.
Yeah.
Well, the hook brings you back.
The hook
The G is
brings
soft,
you
though.
back.
Well, we shall see. Disney
Yes.
is very much infused with that culture. I mean, so much so that we talked about it before. Someone else actually postulated the notion that while Disney brought in these boys titles,
Yes.
Star Wars
Yeah.
and Marvel,
Yeah.
their internal culture couldn't allow it to stay that way, which I thought was a very good insight.
Well,
Might have even been Culture who said that.
Lucas and it may have been me actually, and Lucasfilm, because I believe me, I think I've said it more than a few times, and I said it again last night on Jason's stream. But I think we're seeing in real time just how quickly even these robust IPs can be changed. I mean, look at it. Didn't take any time at all for Lucasfilm to be destroyed by Kathleen Kennedy and Disney. They immediately went female. The Force was immediately female, but
well, Disney only knows how to sell to girls. I mean, there's a reason Disney princess is a term.
But
they tried to get the Disney Prince thing going with Star Wars and Marvel, but they can't. I've said it for years in culture. You've reinforced it.
Yeah.
Disney only knows how to sell to little children and girls.
Yeah.
They never cornered the male market.
And they had the male market. The MCU, they had it. The Star Wars was lost the minute Kathleen Kennedy was put in charge.
The problem is that becoming a prince all of a sudden was taboo because everybody wanted to be princesses.
Well, that's
what changed shit.
Well, let me introduce another idea here. This is something I was talking about yesterday. I want to reinforce it. You had boys coming to Disney. You did, even before they had acquired Lucasfilm.
Yeah.
There was this little known actor, Johnny something or another. He married a lady that like pooped on his bed, but that's a whole other conversation. And he played this really over the top character that was a swashbuckler, a pirate. And, you know, he actually had boys marching to the theme parks to be dressed up as pirates right alongside of the Disney princesses that are being dressed up as their favorite princesses. They had captured some of the boys' market. And then they even destroyed that by making that intersectional rather than, you know, aligning with gender normative.
They circled it again with Tron, but dropped the ball there because it was in the early 2000s. They were trying to say, they're basically realizing, yeah, we've left out 50% of the potential market demographic. The only way we're able to get the boys in there was like Toy Story.
Yeah, well, Cars was their other big one, and I said
Cars
this the other night.
Young though, Cars was like,
well, yeah, but that was
They
but here's what I said.
Over.
What I said the other night was basically they got a taste of what it's like to get some of that boys market with Pirates of the Caribbean, just like Culture said, and just like you said, Script. They moved on and tried it with Tron, they tried it with John Carter, and they tried it with the Lone Ranger, and all those failed. The only one that remotely came close to having any future was Tron, and then when they got their hands on Marvel and Star Wars, they're like, fuck that, we don't need that. That's kind of what happened, basically, and that's the shorter version of it, but yeah.
Well, you also left out that they bought Power Rangers and ran that into the ground. That was
a little earlier, though, wasn't it?
That was at the turn of the century, right before Pirates of the Caribbean. But it was, I think it was 2004, 2005 that they sold Power Rangers back for half of what they paid for because they didn't know how to run it. Because again, they only know how to sell to girls, and that has nothing to do with the company itself. It has to do with the fact that a lot of the people that were hired into that company focused on that market demographic as opposed to hitting the two quadrants of male and female.
Yeah, well, but they did that effectively with, and Tom was talking about it, Cars, Toy Story, and all that. That was kind of unisex. The Pixar audience was kind of unisex, and they've managed to destroy that now.
The Incredibles was another one too.
Yeah, Paul, if you were to be an executive or invited into Disney right now, how would you go about trying to retarget the boys?
Well, they won't like it. What my ideas are. Two things. Number one is you get good-looking guys in, and when you do hire girls, and you hire curvy girls, and not the
potato sack wearing girls,
or the very thin girls.
Yeah, the 90-pound. What do you call it? Ironing boards.
Yeah,
and I hate to say that because even the women I know from experience, they like shapely women, like shapely women playing.
We like the badonkadonks.
Yeah.
Yes.
We can appreciate it.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I think Disney has a war on shapely women, not just men.
women in general, you know, and men who are being manly men. And I've said this before too on toxic femininity. I said it's like award shows have brought this up. It's like they forgot that most women are going out there to dress up for other women, not for men.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly true.
And
they forgot that.
The simple solution, well, apart from good writing, is if you've got, you know, the heroic female and the heroic male, don't have them insult each other. Or at least this is the trend that's happened right now, is just the women are constantly insulting the men, and they're just taking it. We're rewatching Grimm, which is an old NBC show, and I forgot how many strong heroic women there are in there. I mean, you've got women who are Grimms that go after these weird creatures and fight them, you know, in combat, hand-to-hand combat, and it's great. And the one difference is that they spend no time putting men down.
Man, that must be so hard to do.
And I forgot.
Everything men does is just a slide on women, right?
That sounds like entertainment for the last 40 years before woke.
Yep.
It's you know what the problem is? It's such a simple trope to be able to make fun of the guy. It's almost too easy.
It's too easy. And
yeah, we're easy targets. But what's interesting is, like, if we don't retort back and just take it and use our actions to prove that we're not those things, it actually hits harder as the reverse, especially in storytelling, where it's like, you let her crap over you. Yeah, but that's because she can't do all the cool stuff I can. So give her that, you know, pity allowance of insults.
Pity points.
Or you let her get captured, and then you just sort of yell over the parapet, "Get yourself out!"
I'm gonna go make a sandwich.
Yeah, I'm making I'm making a tea.
We got to get through some of these super chats here because we do have another topic yet to hit. Pinochet's helicopter tour. No, that's all right. Pinochet's helicopter tour says that list should be posted to Hostile shareholder and daily on Twitter. Big media machine is dead and are all liars. You're the captains. Now, what he's referring to is the list
posted again
that I got for Mr. Roboto. So all credit where credit's due, but
and you know what? If you share that out on Twitter, I think we all need to grab it, capture it, snapshot it, whatever you guys do, and just burp that out every day at Disney, at Disney shareholders, at whoever on your socials. Because let me tell you, they can't fight that war because it's all accurate. You can't
hash brown that and send it off to the internet.
There you go. Yeah.
Now I'm trying to find where I put it.
Oh, you're fired.
You know, it's really funny with these strong female characters that I actually don't think that they were onto a bad thing. They just didn't know how to do it.
Yep.
Yes.
And progress is good. And we do need a variety of interesting individuals to do this stuff. I mean, I'm all for it. The problem is the writing was lazy and easy and not particularly creative.
No, the problem I have with it is that like they want to make these strong, badass women, but in the end, they end up making them cold and emotionless. And there's no that's why I didn't like Captain Marvel so much. I could not get past the fact that she was just so she was just cold, and she just had all this hatred built up for no reason. And she's like, I'm gonna pick myself back up. But I was like, okay, but there's no progress to her character.
And that's to your point. It's because strength doesn't come from muscle; it comes from choices. Making difficult choices, and that's applied universally. And what we have here is a whole bunch of people saying, "Yeah, I want strong female women," and I've heard this from actors. And when you ask them what that means, it's like, "Oh yeah, I just want to be able to defend myself, physically." It's like, that's not strength. I mean, that's brute force, but it's not strength. Those are two different. Strength is being in a situation like you have like Sophie's Choice. That is strength. The fact that she had to choose between which one of her kids, in that horrible situation, and then have to live with the consequences after that. That is strength. Strength is not basically grabbing the guy soldier ass, making you force that choice and then beating him up and then taking your kids and running away. That's force. But I mean, it's also heroic, but not believable within the context. And that's the problem that, the writers that were tackling those situations didn't understand. It's the more difficult choice that someone has to make adds to the strength of their character, because they have to live with the burden of the consequences of that action. And we never got any of that with any of those propositions. And sadly, a lot of actors, especially the ones that were starting out, at least at the time I was starting out between 2006 and 2012, that's all I'd get from a lot of females. Like, I want to be strong. I want to be the action hero. I want to be this. I'm like, you'll never do it. Like, no one will believe you. It's not.
That was way too many words script. That hurt my brain. Oh, that hurt. Well, this is why you've got people who can't write. This is the thing is, they have a challenge and they couldn't meet it.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, they weren't being particularly creative about it. I think actually in the comics, a really good example is She-Hulk, where it started off as just a way to protect the IP by not letting the guy who was running the Bill Bixby Hulk show, Stan Lee, went, oh crap, he could just come up with a She-Hulk on that TV show and we wouldn't have
the rights
access to that IP. So She-Hulk was specifically created to prevent the guy who was doing the She-Hulk TV show from coming up with it.
I have a question.
Ken Johnson,
did he ever threaten to do that?
No, but
or was it just like he might do this, so hypothetically we're going to do it?
Yeah, Stan Lee was a very smart guy, and he went, oh my God. Because that was also the time of the $6 Million Woman. Stan Lee looked at that and went, crap.
Didn't also, correct me if I'm wrong, Filmation have something to do with ISIS, so that even though she was technically connected to Captain Marvel or whatever, they owned the character, kind of like with She-Ra, if I'm not mistaken.
She-Hulk?
No, She-Ra.
No, I'm not talking about She-Ra.
I know you're not, but I am.
Oh, okay. I don't know about
Yeah, okay, because they did a show called ISIS that was like a spin-off of Shazam. And Filmation, I believe, owned that character, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's
because
what
of
happened.
That. And exactly the same thing. They did the same thing with She-Ra too. They owned part of She-Ra because they created part of the character.
So Stan Lee saw the $6 Million Woman and went, damn, this can happen with the Bill Bixby Hulk show. So I'm going to create. So the initial impetus for it was, monetary, and came up with a, kind of a vaguely interesting story. But there's a character that really developed spectacularly well because creative people solved the problems of She-Hulk compared to a whole bunch of other female superheroes that were particularly not that interesting. She-Hulk was actually fantastic.
Yeah.
So, and none of these people could solve the problem that they wanted to solve, which was how do we incorporate more female superheroes and not demean the the men in the system. So they just weren't capable of doing it. Now we've got the Marvels, right, which is being delayed, and because it looks like it's crap.
Yeah.
Well, this film, this Marvels film, do you think it actually makes it on its November deadline?
That's a good question.
Wow, I'd say yeah. They'll finally.
How many times can you push it? I mean, we've seen 4 now.
What can you do about it, really? Because how many times are you going to reshoot the whole thing? The fundamental concept there really isn't workable. That's the problem, because they are building it around such an by default utterly unlikable character that has no fan base or anything like that, which is why there's no interest in this. And I guarantee you that's part of the problem why it's testing so horrible. There's nothing they can do. They can push it back, but it's just delaying the inevitable. Just put it out there, dump it, and be done with it. There's nothing else to do. And there's probably like a contractual minimum theaters and everything like that, so they have to release it at some point. So then find a window where it's going to do the least damage possible and just be done with it. There's nothing else to do about it. Stop wasting money on it.
Well, how many bankable stars are there out there now, female or male?
Are there out there, period, or in that movie?
No. Are there out there, period?
Because I can tell you there's none in that movie.
No.
That's a shame. Look, I think Imam Vellani is probably the best thing in that film.
Probably, but she's not the draw.
No. Oh, no. But understand that. I mean, and I think script can actually speak to this even better. But I mean, she's probably the only thing that would be intriguing to anybody because she's probably the best thing that's been in any of the Disney minus shows.
She's a very good actor.
Yeah, which is amazing because this is her first gig.
Yeah, she's had zero acting experience prior.
Yeah, wow. She won a writing contest or something, right? Script or
some sort of essay on how much she loved Captain Marvel, and that kind of
got her job.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, she has a lot of charisma, I thought.
Yeah. Oh, she does.
So yeah, that's part of the problem. Is where are the stars?
We haven't really had a new hit star in like 16 years.
Well, that's because the environment isn't there for stars.
The closest I've brought up is like Zendaya or whatever, yeah. And Timothée Chalamet is yet to be seen, but he's got potential, I guess.
I will still say I have, even though I've now watched like a couple episodes of Euphoria, I still don't see what other people see in Zendaya. Because to me, she delivers the same 4 emotions all the time, at least facially, and she's.
I hate to say it, but she reminds me of Angelina Jolie.
Whoa! All right then.
Yes, and I don't mean physical wise; I mean acting wise. She's plays basically the same part no matter what she's in.
Typecast,
and she's only famous because people think she's pretty.
I liked her in Spider-Man.
I liked her in Spider-Man. I liked her in The Greatest Showman.
She's all right. And I don't hate either one of them. I'm just saying that I put them on the same level, basically.
Well, I mean, the era of the Joan Crawfords and the Bette Davises is over.
Yep.
Yeah. But again, the surrounding environment for it isn't there. It's not the stars that changed, it's the world around that changed. And the environment to support that kind of stars of the past ain't there. Kind of like video killed the radio star, right?
Yeah.
And now you have the internet, you have YouTube, you have alternate sources of entry, you have cultural stagnation. The sum of all of those things killed the movie star.
Internet killed the movie star. That's catchy.
Yes.
YouTube kind of killed it too, in a way.
Well, that's the internet.
But it did.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as a specifically.
Made it so much more accessible.
Because even people like Florence Pugh and stuff were discovered through YouTube and stuff. So, like, I mean, it's kind of weird in that sense, but yeah.
I mean, I don't want to overdo the Gina Carano thing because it's been done to death, and she's not a great actor, but she fit the role of Cara Dune almost in a old style Hollywood way.
Yeah.
Very few big movie stars are good actors.
True. She was so right for that role.
Mm-hmm.
And I the moment I saw her and the moment she walked in and the moment that she was able to take control of situations and the dialogue that they gave her, it was completely and utterly believable. You know, it wasn't the 5'2", 90-pound policewoman who takes on a 300-pound gorilla. You know,
that always drives me nuts.
Sumo wrestler and like takes him down.
Heather Locklear did it better in T.J. Hooker because you could believe she could do it because she didn't actually physically do it. She just had someone else help her.
Who in T.J. Hooker? The
Heather Locklear. She was in it.
She was a nothing. She didn't have the strength to do it.
She didn't have the strength, but if a guy was running away from her, she'd just throw her nightstick and catch him between the legs, and he'd trip over and fall. And it's like, yeah, I've actually seen cops do that. it's a real tactic.
And then Shatner would then jump and slide over the hood of the car
and take him down. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, take him down. That's right.
Speaking of, by the way, it's my birthday. You're welcome.
92 years old.
You've been blessed with me for 92 years. You're welcome.
92 years. Yeah, I mean, that would be very hard to get him insured on any movie.
I wouldn't even go as far as to say she's not a great actor. I think she's done a pretty good job of... She's done a good job of picking roles, or her agent has done a good job of former agent now, picking some roles for her that at least we're building up to where she was learning. Like, I would put her at a curve better than Schwarzenegger, where he was at his first few productions at this point in her career, right?
Sure, but you know what? Right now, I would put her into fake Red Sonja kind of productions where she's showing off her.
She's way better than like Brigitte Nielsen ever was, though.
No. But she could be like a Xena.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely play to her strengths. I'm not saying that, but I would argue that she's a better actor. Like kind of like how Dave Bautista got better over time.
Oh,
she's gotten much better too. Yeah.
But she needs more roles like Bautista's role in the Guardians of the Galaxy. She needs more of those building block roles that just play to her strength. And
I think Mandalorian was gonna be that for her.
Yeah.
But then they shot themselves in the foot with that.
She kind of already had her Drax role in Deadpool, but yeah.
Oh, she was great in Deadpool.
She was great in Deadpool. I loved her in Deadpool.
And everyone was good in Deadpool.
I cannot wait for the next one. I'll say that.
And that that was a great gay character in Deadpool. The girl, she was kind of.
Oh yes.
She was also
Negasonic.
Negasonic.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I didn't care for the second one so much, but yeah.
Yeah, I love Negasonic. I mean, okay, great. Yeah, there's a lesbian character. That was fantastic.
But they didn't make it the whole plot. Oh my gosh.
It was good.
But,
I want Domino. I want Domino in a film. I can hardly wait to see.
liked her a little more than I did the Negasonic teenage warhead thing.
They could team up together. See, that I would watch.
But I didn't like the second film, so it's kind of weird. But anyway, Dark King sends in $2 Australian. Says, at least we got Geode, the Rock Navigator.
What does that mean?
You don't know who Geode is?
You guys know who Geode is?
Run his course.
I got 5 pieces of candy. I got a chocolate bar. I got a quarter. I got a rock.
Yeah, that's what Geode was, the sentient rock from the Acolyte.
No, not Acolyte, the High Republic book.
Yeah, High Republic. I'm sorry. Yes, High Republic.
Yeah, let's get High Republic.
Wait for him to do a cameo appearance in the Acolyte.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, he's been in a number of cameo appearances in The Mandalorian, The Book of Boba Fett, Andor, and Obi-Wan. We just didn't know because he blended in.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He is the navigator. Yes, indeed, we do. Tennille sends in $20. Oh, thank you very much. Says, to paraphrase the irrelevant SpongeBob, the stars at night are dull and dim. You want to do this one? Go ahead.
Oh, the stars at night are dull and dim. Whenever they appear over dumb, old, stupid KK Rotten Lucasfilm. Hey, Patrick.
Hey, SpongeBob.
Hey, you want to come into my house?
Get out of here, kids. You're driving me crazy. I can't play my my clarinet.
And then he goes, or to quote a guy I saw at the bar last night, quick, to the floor. Wow, I don't know what bar you were at. Jeez. Thank you for that, Tennille. Hopefully you enjoyed Paul's rendition there. Dearest says, every idea Tom and Chato has said was done in similar ways in the EU novels and Dark Horse comics. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. I don't even know what I said earlier. I said, because when we talk in Star Wars, I think I shut up for the most part, other than like apathy had set in. Waltman Force says, Andre, do you know of Russia's 588th Night Bomber Regiment, aka the Night Witches?
I know of their existence, but beyond that, no, not really. This is something I
believe this is the all-female bomber group, if I'm not mistaken.
We had this this comment on Toxic Femme the other day.
Yep.
Yep. They're all a bunch of badass ladies.
We're like, we'd see and watch a movie about that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. And the Midnight Sun says, does Alonso have a career after this? Well, we've been kind of waxing about that a little bit earlier. We have yet to be seen.
Oh,
but
yeah. Oh, my God.
I think she'll bounce back. Maybe not as good as she had it, but yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. She's going to get some UN role somewhere. Oh, my God. She has allies and lots of people who believe what she believes.
Doesn't mean it'll be as successful, though.
It'll be successful within the context of, like, she's an NGO. There are a lot of NGOs that are sucking on the teat of a lot of countries. So
maybe she'll go work at DC.
Fund all sorts of crazy NGOs.
Maybe James Gunn will hire her.
That's the funniest thing you've said in a while there, Tom.
But at the same time, we got to remember she is one of the architects of the Marvel universe. She has been there since day one, before day one. So, I mean, that's one of the things I think that's going to carry her through her. Like, yeah, she may have fucked up at the end of this, but you cannot. And this is the same thing with KK. As much as we dislike Alonso, we cannot disregard what she was a part of prior to that. Even if she was just on the sidelines doing whatever, she worked her way up to this imaginary role in the Marvel universe. So, and she had a lot of power at the end there. So much power that it sounds like it went to her head. But yeah. I figured Script would have a comment on that one, but there we go. Pilgrim Media says Tom gets a pass from the Galactic Confederacy and Xenu. Yes, he does. Magitech Mag says, Culture, you have the Mavericks green screen up. He never wears his Tom shirt that much, though. Because he always has to have collars. You're muted, Culture.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I can go get it. I can put it on. I mean, ladies, I got a Tom shirt. You know.
Yeah.
It's the Tom Cruise shirt I bought him.
That's right.
Someone else who probably has a Tom Cruise shirt, but that has to run is Mr. Chato.
Yep.
No.
Well, do you run in your Tom Cruise shirt?
I've got my Tom Cruise pajamas.
Can you do the Tom Cruise run? Because like he karate chops like the wind when he runs.
I have to take a look at one of my favorite Tom Cruise films, which is The Day After Tomorrow.
Oh, I love that one. I just recently rewatched that one.
Yep. About a month ago, I rewatched it. That's a great movie. Too bad it didn't make money.
I know. I went and saw that one in theaters, and it was great. But
just wasn't the time for it.
Live, die, repeat.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thank you, Paul. And you dropped a new video today, so I'm going to be checking it out as soon as we're done here.
Yes, please do, everyone. I've got my latest TV guide video. 1983 was TV crap, and at 1980, 1983.
Yep.
That's shockingly long time ago. I've been dragging around those TV guides.
And I've been curious, and you kind of even titled it that way, because my big question was, is television going to mirror what was going on in cinema? Because 82 was a hell of a year for television, and so was 82 hell of a year for movies. 83, not so much. So you're kind of giving us a hint that it was kind of a similar thing on TV. So I'm curious how it's going to be when we get to 84, which is another big year.
A lot of super high concept shows from Brandon Tartikoff, which he really, really liked, like Manimal.
Manimal. I was just going to say, and Manimal came out that year too. That was
the Whiz Kids also, but I saw that in syndication. I didn't realize it was only one season until your video, Paul. I thought it was on for longer because I remember seeing tons of those episodes.
And it was actually one of the better shows.
Yeah.
So
I still remember the opening credits to that with like the computer red screen digitalization that they kind of did with it, and it was weird.
So yeah, it's a very interesting year, and I am fascinated by the absolutely crazy over the top premises that they still manage to squeeze in and give a try. And they're like, even though they're dumb and knew that they were never going to make it through the year, I miss it. And I miss it even in the movies, just how nuts some of these premises were. Even one successful show, The Scarecrow and Mrs. King. It's a stupid premise. The secret agent played by Bruce Boxleiter drops off some secret stuff, to Mrs. King, and then runs off, and then is afraid that the mob is going to come after her and comes back to save her. And then they end up having a relationship together, doing spy work together while she's a housewife. I mean, I don't know who comes up with stuff like that.
High concept, bonkers, crazy shit.
Yeah, but that one worked. So it was, but they hired, who is it? Sam McCorkindale for Manimal. And you don't get a better last name than McCorkindale.
You can't say it like Manimal. You got to say it like Manimal.
That's right. And I was not to belabor it, but I found out that they could only change him into so many different animals. They couldn't quite
budget
into budget. So he did a lot of horses and I can't remember
phrasing.
the other. Oh no, a horse and the panther. So panther and horse. So he didn't change into many. But again, he changed into a snake once. But then, I mean, how do you deal with the volume of that? That's even a horse. There's some science that's going seriously bad here.
It was one of those ideas I remember. I have not seen the show, and God, I vaguely even remember. I seen it in like some, because they would do like repeats of it once in a while. I think on Sci-Fi when it was early days of Sci-Fi. So I vaguely remember it from like being a teenager. But it was like one of those you could see it, and you're like, okay, there is a show here, but they need like a little bit better writing and a little bit more money. Obviously, yeah.
They should resurrect it now.
I'm surprised they haven't done a reboot movie of it 2-3 times over now. Yeah.
You know what? You're absolutely right. Anyways, I won't belabor that.
Can't wait to check it out.
But yeah, so check that out. And I'm about 750 subscribers away from the 100,000 mark. So, if you haven't subscribed yet, please do.
Getting there.
Yeah, and if you don't want to, you don't have to either. It's okay.
But subscribe. You know what? Just
are you trying to use reverse psychology or what?
Look,
I'm using reverse psychology.
I'm dropping a secret here. Paul doesn't have that much longer with us. He's getting old. as we want him to, have some wonderful experiences on his way out the door. You can help.
You just went straight for the jugular.
If you help this meager old man get to 100,000 subscribers today. His dying wish.
Please subscribe. I don't have much time left. Thank you.
The world's oldest YouTuber asks you to subscribe today.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Yeah.
Thank you, Paul.
Let's
see you, everyone.
Let's help an octogenarian's wish come true.
Jeez.
He's a septuagenarian.
Oh, yeah. You're killing the joke here now.
I'm a septic tank degenarian.
Whatever that word is.
We need him to go run and empty it out.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Take care.
Love you, man.
Bye, Paul.
Later.
No,
I believe this was 82.
Not air in 83. No,
82, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think the 18 was 82.
I was gonna say that was the last video. Yep. So check out his last video.
Yeah,
if you haven't already too.
All of them. Bye.
Yeah, and subscribe.
Take care, buddy.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Love you.
It's like make a wish for old dudes.
Let's get through these here. We got JWT6577 who says Superman giving birth is the perfect way to finally bring the superhero stuff to an end once and for all. I hope Gunn does it. Oh wow, that would be a hell of a Superman legacy for you.
Well, that would be the end of DC.
Lies, my nipples are sensitive. I must give birth to this child. It's kind of like Mork and Mindy. They already did that.
Yeah.
The man gets pregnant instead of the woman, and he has an egg.
And Jonathan Winters isn't around to be the kid. So
yeah, I love that when he reverses or he ages in reverse.
In reverse. I'm like, and then everybody steals from these guys, right?
I know, right?
That's how we ended up with Benjamin Button.
We had way woke. Mork and Mindy was woke before woke was even a thing 40 years before.
He made fun of the woke. That was the idea.
Because it was comedy. Because it wasn't reality. There's no way this has to be real. That's right.
Mork calling Olsen. Yeah, no, but I mean, really, not to give Gunn some credit. I mean, Zachary Levi's adding some weight to the business about The Rock and Danny Garcia and Henry Cavill, and Gunn having very little to nothing to do with any of that crap. I don't know if you want to comment on that quick, Andre, because that was kind of the other news this week so far. But
yeah, no, there's really not that much to say about it other than truth comes out in failure. Because in victory, everything is forgiven. In failure, it's like, it's your fault. It was your fault. It was your fault. And the Shazam failing at the box office, that evidently got to a lot of people, like Zachary Levi, who now knows that he's done as Shazam. He's never coming back again. And he evidently harbored some resentment towards The Rock. So he basically validated an earlier story or leak, what have you, claiming that The Rock wanted to co-opt the DC universe and subvert it to be about him, the anti-hero, going up against Henry Cavill's Superman and screw all these other people. He had no love for Shazam or anything like that, and so he refused a Shazam cameo towards the end of Black Adam. And evidently, it would appear that Zachary Levi feels that things may have been different if The Rock had been more malleable to that end, which clearly he wasn't. And now he has, he hasn't come out and actively trashed him, but basically just let a statement or quoting another story speak for him, which says that he's evidently not too pleased with The Rock. That's certainly my reading of it.
Yeah, I mean, the bit that's kind of going around is that he was insinuating that there was a cameo for the Justice Society that was supposed to be set up that he didn't allow, and they're feeling like that is what hurt the box office or something like that. But I don't think that's what he's pointing out. I think he's more or less, and like I said, adding weight to what I and then others had started hearing, and that was that there was the shenanigans going around with The Rock and Danny Garcia. And that maybe, just maybe, this announcement was a little premature and or taken one way from the studio and put out in another way from Henry, The Rock, and Danny, even though Henry was probably an innocent bystander in this, is what I'm guessing. So it just sounds more and more like a lot of those stories, as ridiculous as it sounds, that, yeah, they were given the A-OK to announce that he's going to be in Black Adam. Not this whole idea that he's going to be continuing, though. That was kind of a little bit of them taking creative license, let's say. Would you put it that way, Script Doctor, from your assessment?
There's just a lot of shenanigans going on. I'd say that way. It was a little hard to follow what you're saying, Tom. I'm sorry, but
oh, all right. Well,
there was things going on behind the scenes where two competing parties were trying to take over a single franchise, and Zaslav essentially didn't want any of it and went with Gunn. Put it that's pretty much the simplest way to do it. And those two attempts, people were made promises and told things that were not actually true. They perpetuated that online thinking it was the case, and
that's what I said.
Fools.
That's what I was trying to say anyway. Creative license with, Superman going on, we're beyond this is what I was meaning, but yeah. But yeah, so in that's kind of what we've learned thus far. But culture, sadly, has to leave us. Hopefully not forever. Are you there? Did you already leave us?
I'm here. I decided.
Look at that glorious shirt.
Beautiful shirt.
There you go.
I need one.
Yeah. Well, hey, Tom.
I don't know if you can get them anymore. I think it was a limited print. I have to see if you can still get it.
Then I lied. Tom does not have the hookup. What was I saying? Oh, I had a lot of fun here today. You guys are absolutely the best. I stayed way past when I originally planned by an hour and change, but I had to hang out.
I think we all have.
Kara was here, and Script was here, and Paul came in. It was a lot of fun, and now I have to go and have real life, which is not fun.
Ew.
Yeah. So but I'll see everybody again. I hope. We have my channel with maybe another video this week. I already released one. What do you want? 2, 3? What do you want? But I have lots of live streams, and I'm multi-streaming now, so you can find me in the morning with the 6-minute daily on Rumble, Twitter, Odyssey, and here on YouTube. So 4 streams coming at you wherever you pick your pleasure or pain, and I appreciate each and every one of you, and I had a lot of fun today. So thanks for having me, and see you guys later.
Great to see ya.
All right, take care.
Bye, culture.
Take care, brother. All right, and then we've got Lost for Words, who is now a member. Thank you so much. We got Megs in the house, another Toxic Femme. How you doing? This is not pop culture related, but Disney related. Rob King is out at ESPN. Yes, maybe you sent this before we brought it up, I'm imagining. But yeah, we did bring this up, and that one's a bit more controversial because they are claiming that has nothing to do with the cutbacks, and it has more to do with online harassment. And I'm trying to figure out what exactly he did.
Now, did he harass people?
That's what they're saying, but I have not seen these tweets supposedly, so I have no idea what the context is. So
we'll see. Maybe it'll come out, but who knows?
But he was also known as a bit of an activist, so yeah. We got Tennille, who says, Celebration will announce the sequel to Cocaine Bear, the ironically named Painkiller Gorilla, directed by Frank Marshall, starring Kathleen Kennedy. Well, that'd be Congo, too. Oh, we got Mikey back. Is he back? We can't hear him.
Yeah, I am.
Is taking a while to load.
I am. I'm back.
Okie dokie.
Sorry, it took me 45 minutes to deal with the work thing, but I can see the progress we've made in the super chat count is astounding.
Not really. Thank you, though. Magitech Mag says, Tom to Mikey in Arnold voice. He's not a tuber. Yes, he is. He's a YouTuber. Well, he wants to immediate a non-mags. Just because you make me read it does not make it true. It's not a truth. Parrothead says, Cuddles likes Dick's Division. Yes, he does. Sorry we didn't get to that when Culture was here. Pinochet's Helicopter Tour says, you forgot the briefcase. Which briefcase? Or is that a line to Dumb and Dumber? I don't know. You have to clarify what you mean there. Magitech Mag says, Mikey Shazammed out of Windows. Yeah, I had to deal with a client, but he's back. So she sent that when you disappeared, and now you're just finally back. That's how far behind we are.
On the same page.
Yeah, I know. Maverick Christian says, was anyone else happy that Everything Everywhere All at Once won Best Picture? I love that movie. I knew it was going to win all those awards. I enjoyed it, but yeah, I don't know. Obviously, Kara loved it. I thought the third act kind of went a bit too woke, but yeah.
I just thought it was an entertaining movie, and that's all I wanted out of it.
Yeah, at least it wasn't an IP anyway. Now it is. What about you guys? Anybody else here see it besides us two?
I enjoyed it, and that's all I need to say.
All right. Okie dokie. There you go. Glad you enjoyed it, Maverick, and I knew it was going to win all the Oscars, so I guess it did what you wanted it to do. Tipping Barnes says, maybe Mikey has an extra skin flaps under his arms which allow him to egress from windows unarmed. Is that how it works, Mikey? That could come in handy when you're jumping out of windows. Yeah, you. He's muted. I don't know if he knows or not. Alex Arbitration Nightmare Kurtzman says, Darksaber would have worked as Excalibur allegory. Well, that's what I thought, is that the whole thing is she had to fight him to get it back, right? Wasn't that the whole deal? She couldn't just take it. Yeah, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, where did that storyline go?
Oh, don't ask the writers of Mandalorian to remember what they wrote on the previous page. That's asking too much.
Yeah, that's difficult.
Ouch.
It's a habit that they've been doing since the beginning, since the first episode.
It's like they're like writing this thing from different home offices, and no one's
or stream of conscious, and they're just like, oh, that's in the past. I can't remember it anymore. Only the present now exists.
Well, the Darksaber is kind of it's one of the few neat new ideas they've come up with, right? Because, like, okay, how would a Mandalorian deal with back in the day when Jedis were very prevalent and all that kind of business? And I'm sure Jedis had just as many enemies as they did friends.
That right there is a perfect example of what Script was just talking about, how you can't go from Mandalorian into season 2 to where he's wielding it and winning a battle with one of the more notorious guys on the bad guys, to now he can barely get it up when like faced with subpar opponents in a cave.
I don't know. I just think it's an interesting idea, and they didn't explore it properly here. But I know it's been something that was in Clone Wars and some other things too already. So anyway, I don't like to have to watch cartoons and do homework like that. Although I do like cartoons, but not a big fan of CGI cartoons. Rod Thunderheart is in the house. How you doing, Rod? Says, hail, Andre, Tom, Culture, Paula, and Mikey. Can I get some love for See-Through Love? Sure. Mike, we need to throw together a review. Purple Valkyrie and Arwen reading. Awesome. Yeah, I threw the link to the mods. Hopefully they've been sharing it throughout the podcast, and they'll probably throw it up now too, and so people can get a hold of your book if they want to. There you go. Granite Man says, grew up with Tom Cruise Mapother 4. Early 1970s. What's Map Other?
That's his real name.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, Tom Mapother.
Oh,
he's
that's right.
Thor Jr., I think, or the third.
He says 4, so he might be the 4th. Unless he meant to hit the 3rd. Early 1970s. Okay. I've never been that big enough of a fan to care. Let's see here. Granite Man says, idea for Star Wars movie, search for gender. That should be a Spaceballs movie. But I think Mel Brooks has even just kind of lost it from what Script's been saying with the whole
History of the World Part 2 on Hulu. Oh God, it's atrocious. It's an affront.
Couldn't think of the title. Yeah, from what you were telling me, yeah. Master Clockwork says they're going to have to retitle Return of the Jedi because according to Disney Star Wars, there were dozens of fuckers fighting the Empire.
That's Dave Filoni creating the Ahsoka.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And that happened prior to Disney, so man, there you go.
Yeah. Robert says, with $5, thank you so much. Mike, please explain how Disney loses money from Reedy Creek and how much they saved when they had it. I'm trying to learn to explain it to friends. Okay, this is a very complicated thing, and I know like Culture and Valiant Renegade and others have done videos on this, but Mikey, can you kind of put it in a very capsulated form for Robert here?
What I would say is that imagine being able to run your own city and not having to pay someone else to run your own city, whether it's police, fire, zoning, permitting, property taxes. Imagine it's the difference between you having to deal with a city and a community and you are that city. Lock, stock, and barrel. In terms of financial impact, in the billions. I don't know how many billions, but it's in the billions.
There you go. Yeah, we can't even estimate probably how much it's worth because there's so many variables. That's what I was trying to say. So, because they basically have their own fire department, cop shop, hospital, all that kind of stuff. They could make their own zoning. What do you call it? They didn't have to go through any of the red tape that anybody else has to go through to get anything built or done. And they were their own self-contained kind of government in a weird way. So yeah, it's a big deal.
The independent state of Reedy Creek.
Pretty much. Tennille says, Mike, funny story. I work at Fox Deportes. And that's right. He works at the Spanish Fox Sports. That's what it is. And I've been told by a few friends that I'm the wrong kind of Latin since I'm Italian. Made me laugh. Lord.
Jeez.
Then John Thomas's Clownfish TV said it's the best time. Cheapik looked like a deer in headlights when Iger made the announcement. When Iger made what announcement?
Is he referring to when Chapek lost his job?
Because I don't remember that being an announcement.
I don't remember that being an announcement either.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean here, John Thomas, but thank you. HyperGuyver2 says X-Men 97 executive producer Bo DeMeo reveals series story is informed by his experience as a black gay man. Translation, this show will suck. Ooh. Oh, there's one strike against it if that's the case.
That's in this day and age, it is a strike against it. But if this had been the 90s and we didn't have this surrounding wokeness, it would have been perfectly fine because an argument can be made that that kind of like alienation and being like apart from rest of society has always been central to the X-Men.
Yep. But this is a guy who's been a part of the Witcher TV series, Moon Knight, and Star Trek: Strange New Worlds.
So this is that guy.
That's the quality you're probably going to get, at least with regards to his contribution to this X-Men 97 show.
Yeah, we'll have to see. McGarnagle is here. McGarnagle. For $19.99, thank you so much. Says The Rock has an ego problem, but at least he knew people wanted Superman. Hamada let him languish. Same reason I believe people supported Snyder. Anything looked good in comparison to what Hamada was planning.
He had more hits under Hamada for DC than the prior regime. He had Joker. He had Aquaman. It's like That's 2 out of the 7 that did not perform well or to expectations that Warner Brothers needed. I don't know about that. Hamada may have not been best, but he was better than the previous.
Yeah, I wasn't going to speak to Hamada, but on the Superman thing, is like, I get it. People love Henry Cavill as Superman, but not enough people loved him enough to show up to the Black Adam movie. I mean, I know it was only a cameo, but that was kind of
they leaked it on purpose because of that.
Yeah, exactly.
They were desperate to get the audience in there, and the audience saw that desperation and said, no, we're not interested in desperate things.
Yeah. Black Adam was just bad.
Yeah.
I hated the lead kid. They could have had a better actor for him. He was horrible.
I mean, I didn't hate it altogether, but I can understand why it didn't do well, right? Like, It wasn't great in any way, shape, or form.
It was action set piece with no story to give it a foundation. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I think I summed it up best when I said Samaritan did it better earlier the last year. So
it did, yeah.
Pretty much the same story almost too. That's the thing. But anyway, Mr. Escott.
Tom, I gotta apologize to you and everybody in the live chat. Everybody, I gotta roll out. I gotta take care of something, and unfortunately, I gotta drag Andre with me. So
no, I know it's business, so that's fine. And we're gonna be here with hopefully Kara and Script can hang out for a little bit longer.
It may take us 5 minutes, but it might take us a half hour, and we got a deadline.
No worries.
Okay, we'll be right back, or maybe, hopefully.
No worries.
Hopefully. Yeah.
All right. Well, hopefully we see Andre and Mike again. If not, we're going to try and get through the rest of these super chats here. And thank you, Script and Kara, for hanging out with me. I appreciate it.
Happy to.
Then we got Mr. Esquire, who sends in $20 and says, Disney CEO Bob Iger had presidential aspirations. He did at one time. He addressed this publicly in the past. Yes, he did. He's a politician. Yes, he is. Which is fine for Disney. Yes, it is. The problem is he allowed the company to prioritize politics over money. High culture. Sorry, I missed some culture was here. But yes, he allowed this to happen. He is one of the architects of that. But now it's kind of fallen on his plate to figure out what the problem is and fix it, I guess is the best way to put it. But will he is the question.
Yeah, hopefully. I would love to see Disney make a comeback, but I honestly don't see that happening anytime soon.
As far as his presidential aspirations, though, I think that's kind of bye-bye for now.
Good. Yeah, far gone.
All right. I don't think Script has anything to add or subtract from that, or he would have. Pinochet's Helicopter Tour says, I'm a vet, and thank you for your service, sir. In counterinsurgency. Wow. Nice. You don't get to offer the leader. You don't go after the leader. You go after the people financing the leader. Well, that's true. Yeah, it's called cutting the puppet strings. That's like when you're talking like, yeah. Like very like spy type shit. Espionage. That's the word I was trying to think of. That's what I was trying to think of. Yeah. Yeah, that's some pretty wild shit, man. If that's what you did, awesome. But yeah, you're not wrong there. But I mean, just in general, like on the battlefield, you want to take out the leader so then you confuse the rest of the platoons.
They're not Magalores from The Fifth Element. I mean, like, I
don't care.
You can kill out the leader, but it's the idea that they're all fighting for. The leader just is the conveyor of that.
I know, but they're also the ones who have all the, like in this case though, it fits because she is one of the people that has a lot of the power. Now those other people are still there that were supporting her.
She was
You're
not
right.
so much the power. She just had the face. She was given the face of it.
Right.
She made the face of this aspect of it, and everybody else was like, no, we'll just stay in the background and let her take the brunt of it.
Yeah, and Peter Rice was another sacrifice though too. Let's not forget him.
Mm-hmm.
So there's two big heads that rolled. So Doug 1985 VA Loves Horror says, I saw Puss in Boots with my daughter and I'm shocked how good it was. Like it was a real movie. Yeah, that's what I keep hearing.
I keep on hearing it. I want to watch it. I need to give it a shot. I need to find wherever it's going to be streaming on.
I think this is what I was saying earlier, though, is because, like, if this movie had come out any other time, like 10, 15 years ago, it would probably just be a movie that would have been, like, nobody would be, like, talking so much about. But since it's just your classic style of film where it doesn't preach, it doesn't have this overall arcing agenda, message or agenda that's beating the message into your brain constantly. Because, it's like, yes, you can have messages in your movies. That's what movies are kind of about. You want to have, something to say in your movie that it's kind of leading towards or whatever. But anyway, you know what I'm getting at. So yeah, this is just another example, I think, of classic good storytelling triumphing over the nonsense we've been dealing with for the last few years. But anyhow, let's see here. I got off the page thing. My bad. Paulus Plain sends in 100 Norwegian kroner and says, give the Ukrainians all the heavy metal they need to win. Slava Ukraini. Glory to Ukraine. Well, there you go. That's your war cry, I guess. I have no horses in this race, and I don't know enough about it to at this moment in time to
Nerdrotic raid is happening right now.
Oh, nice. Mike Leparco said, if you can't understand why Disney Warner Brothers is doing something, look at the consequences of their actions, whatever they might be, and then infer the motivations from their consequences. Jordan Peterson. Yeah. And welcome everybody from the Nerdrotic raid. If he rated us, thank you so much. And then we've got Arcane Stork, who says, apparently the D&D movie is pretty good, 86% on Rotten Tomatoes with 59 reviews so far. Any thoughts?
I'm excited. I want to see it.
I wanted to see it this last weekend, but it was all sold out before I got a chance.
It's been released already?
Well, they had a preview screening last Sunday. I was right about that script. By the time I actually found the screening, it had already been sold out that fast. I've been hearing mostly good things. I've only heard like one review that was kind of middling. Otherwise, I've known, was it 3 or 4 people now that have seen it? And out of all those people, like, yeah, well, just one of those reviews was middling. The rest were actually pretty positive. So
yeah, it's one I've ever since I saw the trailer for it, I've been interested in it. I'll be going to see John Wick tomorrow.
Oh, sweet.
I'm excited. So ready for it.
I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to see it this weekend or not, but we'll see.
Yeah, those are probably my 2 most anticipated right now. Because I haven't really been paying a whole lot of attention to what's going on with like upcoming movies. I've been a slacker.
Well, there's actually quite a few coming out. We've got Mario Brothers coming out in the next few weeks.
Yep.
The summer movies are going to start coming here pretty soon. I can't remember what comes out in May, June, or July exactly, but I know
I need to take a peek and see what's upcoming.
Yeah,
I've been slacking.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking forward to Guardians. That comes out, I think, in the early part of May, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. So that will be one I'll definitely be going to see. But
yeah.
D&D, I might. I was more or less, it was more the motivation of getting to see it ahead of time, because that's the thing with Andre, is unless we can do a review early on or before the movie comes out, he don't really like to do standard reviews. So
understandable.
Yeah. Or he likes to mix them with something else if he can. So yeah, maybe I'll get motivated to see it. But right now, that's not one of the movies I really wanted to see per se, but I was going to go see it just because it was early and I was hearing some good buzz about it. So yeah, who knows? Might be good. Magitech Mags is in the house, says, for retro gaming, why I'm revisiting my favorites, currently playing Pixel Remaster of Final Fantasy VI. Pixel games are classic. Yeah, sometimes I get the urge to play some old games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wasn't saying earlier that there aren't good Pixel games out there. I was just saying that it is very trendy, especially in the indie kind of community right now with games.
Right. Yeah, and Alex, your arbitration in Nightmare Kurtzman says, do shareholders vote to renew regime tomorrow?
Reimagine.
Yeah, reimagine tomorrow. I don't know when they would. That's a good question. I don't even know if they're still doing it. I haven't heard shit about it in how long now?
It's been 2 years since they last brought it up, if I'm accurate there. Yeah.
I mean, I remember, well, I don't know if about that long, because I do remember Chapek mentioning it in one of the shareholder things. But that was a while ago now. So at least, like, yeah, it's somewhere between 2 years and a year. It's the last time I heard anything about it.
Yeah, I don't think shareholders have any input on the programs within Disney. They just have an input on the people running the programs or people running it, right?
Yeah, and Jonas is in the chat now, and he says a shareholder meeting is until in April anyway.
Okay, so next month, yeah.
Yeah, and actually, that'd be a question that's better suited for, like, those guys like Jonas, WDW Pro, or VR. They'd know that better than I would. and probably Script or Kara.
No,
so.
I don't care about the parks.
I'm not.
Don't pay any attention to any of that.
I understand certain aspects of the business side, but yeah, mostly the political aspects, not like the actual who is who and what is what kind of thing. McGarnagle says, so happy for Kara. Yes, we all are. As much as I hate what happened to her, I feel like her talents will be put forth in a place that appreciates and values her. We are all here for you. Yes, indeed. I can echo this 110%.
I'm so excited. I'm excited to be able to share with you guys where I'm going. As soon as I get settled in on Monday, yeah, I'll it's going to be good.
Congratulations.
Nothing makes me feel better than to see somebody who was they tried to cancel and is able to bounce back in some way, especially if they're able to bounce back bigger and better than they ever did before. So and I think you've managed to do that thus far. So whatever you do from here on out is like icing on the cake. So,
yep. Let me just rub it in the haters' faces a little bit. Let me savor
it. Absolutely. And cheers to you for your success.
Thank you.
And then we have Magitech Mags, who says they had the boys for Treasure Planet, but they dropped the ball with that one too. Yeah, they tried. They struggled for a few years there, and it wasn't until Pirates of the Caribbean really hit that they kind of like, okay, now we got something. But Script is right. They struggled with Power Rangers early on. They had, what was it, Disney XD? Is that what they called it? Like there was this block on, they kind of had it for a while. They had a few things that the boys were, and I think Tron was a part of that too. And that was semi-popular, but I don't think it lived on for very long, did it?
I don't remember. I think that was like whenever, oh gosh, when was Disney XD?
I vaguely remember when my kid was little. Like, because that's the thing is he was more into PBS Kids, so he would watch Disney and some other stuff once in a while, but
it was 2009.
Yeah, so he'd been like 8. Yeah. I don't know how long it lasted, but I do remember that was their attempt at getting the boys' interest was Disney XD.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So that's whatever, like Phineas and Ferb was really popular.
That's what everything was extreme.
Yes. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah, it's extreme. Searchy87 says Victoria Alonso ruined T'Challa and Namor. Adios. But yeah, I agree. Should have recasted him. There's at least a half a dozen guys I could think of right now. I'm like, why? Why didn't you recast him? Adam Wolford says, also game companies took out game features and systems like the Nemesis from Shadow of Mordoron. Did I say that right?
Probably Mordor. The Nemesis system, which basically there's particular, I think it was like WB or whoever actually got like a copyright or something on that particular system. That way other games couldn't use that Nemesis, the particular Nemesis system that was in Shadows of Mordor. Is like basically there's like these bosses that had like their own I'm trying to think of the right word, like they're gangs, like
he says
different
here,
areas.
Each time, oh, okay. I was gonna say he says here every time you're defeated, that enemy would become stronger. Other systems that were taken out.
Oh, so like a reverse level up system on the enemies that you fight.
Oh yeah. I wish we had more stuff like that. I wish, because I thought I heard that like they put like a what is it called when I'm trying to think of what it's called. Not a copyright, but
a patent.
A patent on the Nemesis system. That's what I thought I heard, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, patents like that. Yeah, software patents are nonsense. Yeah, that's what I thought I heard, is that so other companies can't use that same system, which I thought was really cool. I thought it was a really fun take on the game.
Yeah,
which I wasn't very good at the game, but
I'm so glad you're here this morning. I'd have been so lost on that last one.
No, Shadows of Mordor was a great game. I really enjoyed that one.
If it's not on the Sega Mega Drive, Andre and I probably don't know what it is. No, I mean I vaguely have a little bit of knowledge, but not so much. Like I'm not a gamer. Not good at it at all. I like to do it sometimes, but I'm just not that great at it. Alex is here and he says, breaking looks like my MYT.
Looks like they might.
Oh, they might. Breaking looks like they might announce Strange New World canceled tomorrow. Stay tuned. Yeah, I don't know what is exactly going on because there was some, and again, I understand this is them probably trying to lobby for a third season. There was some talks earlier this week about a possible third season. But as Alex is talking here, Anson Mount put out a tweet that he shared with me where the Anson Mount tweet said, and I quote, "Time for something new." Now, he's put out cryptic tweets like this in the past, so we'll see what this means.
Well, that sounds like time for something new, as in time for something like Strange New Worlds.
Could be.
I mean, you have to remember, this is an actor. Most of them are not very clever or intelligent. The ones that are rare gems, and we have to appreciate them. I don't know that. I know Anson Mount is very charming, and I haven't seen him interview enough to really gauge his intelligence. So I don't know. I think this just might be part of the ramp up marketing campaign, because I think Strange New World season 2 is supposed to drop soon after Picard completes. So
yeah,
and with Picard halfway done, with I think this episode 6 tomorrow coming out, yeah, we're getting close to the time where Strange New World season 2 should be premiering.
And I'm sure if Kurtzman gives a shit, he's trying to push it for everything he can to happen before his contract is up. But we've heard from multiple sources now. There's no green lights on anything going forward. Nothing has been set up for any kind of productions. It's seemingly coming to be what we have heard is that as soon as all these shows that are in the can and shot are aired, they're going to take a small break. And then for the 60th anniversary, they're going to do like a big to-do for Star Trek, and we'll learn more as we get closer to it, I'd imagine. The only thing I could see with Strange New Worlds possibly getting a third season is that it would still fall probably within that time zone. And
well, they could shoot it this year and then release it next year. And still be within that period.
That's what I'm getting at. Yeah, like it's one of those things that could still fall into it, and they may have had a 3-season deal after the first season. Who knows? And I know that was one that was kind of created around Kurtzman's nose, or whatever you want to call it. So who knows what deals were made with that show. So it'll be interesting to see. But I had heard some rumblings about that possibly getting a third season. So we'll have to wait and see how that turns out. But yeah, an interesting tweet from Anson, but I think it can be taken both ways, like Script said. Or it could just be pumping up season 2.
Yeah.
So, Paulus Plain says Jon Favreau is a passionate foodie. Yes, he is. With love for food stories of people all over the world. Yes, I've seen some of his foodie stuff.
He did a documentary, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
he did a movie about it.
Yeah, a series.
He has a little bit of a restaurant show that he does with actors, which I desperately would love to be involved with at some point, just so I could have him cook me meals. Right. Because they're going to be great.
He looks like he's been eating pretty good the last few years. No, I've seen the Chef movie, but I have never seen the show, because I think you told me the show wasn't as good as the movie or something like that. Somebody did.
The Chef show is just him interviewing actors. It's
that's what it was. That's what you told me. That's right. Yes, but they use the same logo and everything. So I thought it was like an actual show of the movie. But then you told me that. That's right.
Yeah. If he does have another show where it was a follow up, I haven't seen it.
No, it was just called Chef, and I saw the logo being just like the other logo, and I saw him. So I'm like, oh, he's doing like a series on Netflix of it. That's what I figured. I didn't know it was that. So, yeah. Let's see here. We have Olaf Van Essen says, Mr. H mentioned Marvel movies coming soon now. Why? Is there supposed to be some announcement that I don't know about?
Slate for Phase 5? A reorganized Phase 5?
That I could see. That I could definitely see. Especially if... they're cutting back like they are, they're going to have to do some surgery on it's got to figure it out.
I'm available. If that's what he meant.
There you go. It's in his name. He's a script doctor. So Really wished you'd have been brought in on Cocaine Bear, because I could have given you so many great ideas for that, man. If I could have rewrote that movie like that, I'm realizing now after watching it, I'm like, I wrote the movie I would have wrote into it as I was watching it, but it's still not that bad. But still, it's like missed opportunity. It's like if I could get my hands on that sequel.
There's a lot of missed opportunities in the first.
Oh God,
there. Even me and Paul Chato were talking about like all the fun stuff they could have done, because it's really they didn't even explore like what happens when a person's on cocaine. They didn't explore that at all, to be like, well, how would a bear do that? Like,
right. Well, they had a little bit of it, but
as opposed to just being violently attacking people, it's like there's
or just passing out. Yeah.
That
was the only time he really did it.
For 20 minutes, and he's stuck there terrified because if he moves, he might be attacked.
Like the only scene that I felt like kind of captured what the movie should have been, well, there was two scenes actually, and that's all the stuff that's in the station up until the bear part, because that to me is like, oh, you're just trying to be like horror movie-esque now. It's like, no, you had the tone there for a minute, especially when the guy's underneath the fucking door, just like John Candy was on, the Great Outdoors. It's like, yeah, it's like that whole thing, and the thing in the ambulance, which is in all the trailers anyway. I'm like, that's your movie. Right. All that stuff you just had, that crazy where she flips out and all the gore, go over, keep going overboard, go farther than that, go so far that people finally realize, oh my God, you're just making fun of all those old 70s, when animals attack movies. Gotcha. People would be on board with that. They get it. You can have so much fun with that.
I would like a scene where the bear's it's grabbed a beehive and it's eating the honey, and every once in a while it just stops and then looks like it's paranoid at something, and then pauses and goes back to eating the honey.
Well, and you can clearly tell, like, I actually believe now when Elizabeth Banks says she's probably never done coke, because I've only done very little, but I've been around enough guys that were on it. Like, it's like, how can you not pick up on these little things? Right? Like, it's so easy. There's so, like, all those things you just said, there's so much you can have fun with here. Like you got Ray Liotta in your fucking movie, for God's sakes. Like, why are you not playing up more of the Goodfellas connection and stuff like that? Like, you could be having so much fun
snorting coke and trying to fight the bear.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's so much here that it's like, what the hell?
I can fight that moose, man. I swear I can do it. I got it. I've got enough.
The story with his kid and Ice Cube's kid was dumb. Get those characters out of there, first of all.
I am writing right now a movie called PCP Panther. So,
yeah, it should have just, like you said, it should have just been Ray Liotta versus that bear. Like, plain and simple.
He rips off his shirt like William Shatner does in Amok Time and just goes after him with a shovel.
I want my coke.
My cocaine.
Yes.
I haven't watched it yet, but
I heard
it was absolutely ridiculous. No, you're
We're
fine.
actually telling you a much better movie.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. And I enjoyed it, Kara. I did. But see, I also liked Morbius for all the wrong reasons. So take that into consideration. Or maybe all the right reasons. I guess it depends on how you look at it.
All about perspective.
Yeah. I mean, I know Morbius is a bad movie, but I enjoyed how bad it was, if that makes any sense. Paulus Plain, though, says, Gina Carano has the look of a 1940s, 50s femme fatale pinup so hot. You know what? This debate has been going on for the last week, funnily enough, and I'm not going to bring up why too much because it gets a little hot topic-y. But some activist posted some picture of an actor that's, I believe, in Mandalorian now, and they were talking about how amazing it was. And then, of course, they had to dump on Gina in the process, so they've been getting their own taste of that in the last few days. So, yeah.
My thought was like, oh, I bet she must be seething right now. It's like, she doesn't even know who you are, know who this person is, or really cares. She's doing her own thing. And she's moved on. Why can't you?
I mean, could she be a little bit richer possibly and have more opportunities because of this Star Wars thing if she'd have told the line? Oh, sure. But would she have her dignity and would she really feel at peace with her soul? No.
Exactly.
And I mean, you probably could have been in a similar position yourself, but it didn't sound like you even got that choice. But like, I'm sure if you were faced with that choice, Kara, what would you say? I can imagine right now what you would say. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I don't agree with apologizing for something that wasn't wrong. I'm not gonna bend to a bully just because their feelings were hurt. So,
Right.
and that's all it was
No, I don't want to speak for you, obviously, but
yeah, and that's exactly what it was, and I imagine Gina went through the same thing. But she knew she didn't do anything wrong. She didn't need to apologize.
Well, she even kind of did in a weird way. But even then, I think that's because she even said that in her interview, like with the whole beep bop boop thing. I think she realized then that there was no appeasing these people.
Oh no, there's absolutely none. Unless
she's like, it got worse,
blacklisted and fired, and your life is lost. That only then are they happy.
And that's what they want for her.
It's all they want, and so it doesn't matter.
He said irreverent, not irrelevant. Yeah, okay, that's fine. But we still got what you said. Tennille, no worries there, buddy. And thank you for the support, my friend. And then Shadow Dancer, another supporter of the channel, says, Syndrome, when everyone is special, no one is. When anyone can social media, then movie stars can no longer reach critical mass. Well, and not only that, the other side of this too is social media can show you the ugly side of some of these people.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
Like never meet your heroes kind of shit.
Yep.
Call sign Alucard says, I don't know why Hollywood doesn't have their actresses do CrossFit most of the time. Hourglass figure that looks like can take head up. Well, they actually used to do this even quite recently. You would have stipulations and certain things that, I mean, what was her? Ron Howard's daughter, Bryce Dallas, was bitching about all the stipulations she had on her because she's a bigger woman, and how she's like, I had to reach a certain weight goal and certain things like that for Jurassic World, or she was going to lose the part. And there was some other bits she had to go through. This is not uncommon, and it sounds a bit
to get in that fitness level, and you have to remember the vast majority of actors aren't working, so they either are living off of like loose change in a couch, or they got a job and they're so busy on that job they can't do exercises to maintain their look. I mean, even some of the men in some of the more action-driven dramas, they start to get softer over time because they're shooting 8 to 16 hours a day, and they have to do all their exercising in the off season when they're finished shooting in order to try and maintain the physical physique. And you can't have those gaps because you start to gain incrementally over the length of that show. And it's worse for women because their bodies go through far more severe hormonal changes at the age
and deal with fat differently.
I mean, we fluctuate almost 5 to 10 pounds sometimes on a daily basis.
It's not untrue. I was gonna say,
it's ridiculous.
Well, and it goes both ways too. I'm not gonna say it's it's not fair to women, but it's also, you got guys like great examples. Hugh Jackman, what does he say every time somebody asks him about Wolverine? Well, mate, I don't know, it's a lot of work. I got to work out to look this good, all the time. And he's getting older, so that's a lot more work for him. And somebody who knows a little bit about this is Andre, especially with his knowledge of Schwarzenegger and some of his background. Sorry, Carrie, you were going to say something.
Dave Bautista as well. Like, that's the main reason he's phasing out of his time as Drax, is because it's getting harder and harder for him to stay in shape, and the prosthetics on him is just, it's really taking a toll on him. And he
that could be a nightmare. I mean, I've heard so many horror stories about the prosthetics, but Andre, onto the bodybuilding thing.
Yeah, actually, I'm like trying to get back, like after like lockdowns and everything. Like I also gained like a couple of like extra pounds there that I'm now in the process of shedding, like eating right, working out. So like I've lost 12 pounds in the last month or something. So
the COVID weight that I've had for the last 35 years is really getting on me too.
But I do know a little bit about it. And let's see what the question is. I don't know why it doesn't have their actresses do CrossFit most of the time.
We covered the female side pretty much, but
Okay, here's the thing: 90% is what you eat. That's 90% of it. And that's not an exact science. It is very individual based as well. And most of everything that we have learned, that most doctors even preach to this day, is just flat out wrong. So that's like something where the science is not settled. Let's put it that way. But what is clear, 90% of it is eating, and it gets much, much harder the older you get, and that has to do with hormones and everything. So yeah, it does hit women harder than men, because women basically they get to like the post stage, and men don't do that, not to the same level. So it's easier for men for longer, but of course it gets more difficult as testosterone levels decrease. So for like Hugh Jackman, the pictures he's getting now and everything, it's not outside the realm of possibility that he has some really, really good supplements. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
In fact, I'd put money on the fact that he has some supplements that would not be allowed in the Olympics, to put it that way, just to be able to put on that kind of weight. And there's not necessarily anything wrong with that, as it's done in a responsible thing. And of course, he has to go back to his chicken diet. He said before, when he got into that shape, that he basically extinguished whole bloodlines of like chickens, and he was like woken up by his trainer in the middle of the night because it was time to like eat and everything. And now obviously he's back to that again. But muscle memory is a fantastic thing, which means you can get a lot back. So between really suffering with eating, a really strict personal trainer, because then you're basically living with your personal trainer. That's like the difference. CrossFit alone is not going to do jack shit. Like if someone that is busy and doesn't have time to make the perfect meals, everything like that, they start doing CrossFit, ain't gonna do jack shit. There's a million different kinds of working out, all of which have their benefits, all of which have their drawbacks. The single biggest influence is what you put into it. How much are you able to exert yourself? For some people, CrossFit is as bad as it gets. Others, they just can't get into it, and then they don't fully exert themselves, and it's not going to do shit. You have to find something where you really exert yourself and you strain every last fiber of muscle till the breaking point. You have to find some way of doing that works for you. And the trainer for these people have to do that. But CrossFit is not like a one size fits all thing. The people who are good at CrossFit, they are super fit and everything. But if they did something else, they would probably be really good at that too. So it's not like that's the universal magic bullet. Ain't no such thing.
And you definitely got your $4.99 worth on that one, pal. Thank you so much, called sign Alucard. Paulus Plain is in the house, and he says the Soviet Union could not win the war without U.S. Lend-Lease. The Night Witches are not PC this days. Slava Ukraini, glory to the Ukraine. And yeah, again, I'm not going to get into this stuff because we are on YouTube. And sadly, I can't talk about as much stuff on YouTube as I used to be able to talk about on the radio. But on the radio, I couldn't say filth, flarm, filth. Here I can say all kinds of filth, flarm, filth. But anyway,
exactly. I can say just to say that it was the two-front war is what really the U.S. and basically the Allies, which included the Soviet Union. That actually it was Russia. The Soviet Union wasn't a thing just yet. It was like the two of them at different sides of the opposition. So it was a two-front war. That's what did the trick. Yeah. And then Daniel says for $5, hey, ladies and gentlemen, any news on the US version of Conan the Barbarian DVD release? Should you possibly be referring to the 4K release? Because the DVD came out for the first time, I believe, in 2002, and then a new release in 2005. So I can only imagine you must be referring to the 4K, because even the Blu-ray came out in 2012. As for the Blu-ray, we know it is coming. We have known this for a long time. We were the first to break that it was coming. It has since been officially announced, the 4K has. but not with an release date, and I don't know any more about that. Do you, Tom? Tom probably.
No, I haven't heard too much. There's been a little movement, but these things take time, Daniel, and this is something that I hope we're going to have a very special guest on at some point to talk about some very exciting stuff. But in that conversation, I can say this much. You're going to learn that when it comes to these remasterings and releases, it is a lot more work than you think it is. In fact, the Superman box set just got pushed back a couple weeks too for this very reason. I'm sure there's so much that goes into these, and these boutique companies don't have the means that the bigger studios even do to be able to get some of these releases out. And when the bigger studios are fucking them up half the time,
that tells us the Blu-ray release of Conan was fucked up worldwide because they fucked the background music.
So I'm hoping that on the new remaster that is supposedly coming, fingers crossed, it is not the US version. It will probably just be the theatrical cut, but we hope it will be completely recolor timed and all that kind of stuff and that kind of business. So that part of it might be fixed, and they may have the option for the US version on there's a alternate cut, because last we heard, and Arrow was the one involved with this, and they are pretty good about generally trying to give you each version they can. In fact, they did an amazing fucking job on Waterworld, right? Like a movie that probably didn't even deserve that much love got 3 different fucking versions of the movie. So I'm sure if they're the ones that are doing this, when we finally get the new 4K release, we will probably get both versions of Conan, I'd imagine. That's me. I can't give you anything more than that. I don't know any more than that. But I do know that these are very complicated issues sometimes too.
I've never watched Conan, but I'm like, I recently got brought in to play Conan Exiles with people, and I'm so
Nina's hooked
addicted.
on that, by the way, Andre.
Yeah, it's her fault.
It was very cool. Yeah,
it is her fault that I'm absolutely addicted to this game. Like
I get this shit, Kara. I pop on, and here's what I hear Nina say. Oh shit! I don't want to do that. I want more slaves.
Yeah. No, it's crazy because I guess there's an anniversary sale because my girlfriend bought this for me because we've been playing Valheim and it's got like a survival gimmick to it as well. And she knows that I like Conan, so she bought it for us. And we played a little bit while she was recovering from St. Patrick's Day Saturday. And it's a really cool game. I think the crafting in Valheim is way better and the buildings abilities are better, but Conan's got fantastic graphics and the violence. Like you can knock a person's head off, like
it's
in the most
fun.
gruesome of ways. It's pretty cool. So I might
I have it, I think, on the Xbox.
With all the stuff people streaming and the fact that I had a couple of people DM me and comment on my Valheim streams to try it out, I might actually do it, but I don't have the time right now. It's probably going to be weeks or a month away.
You fuckers are going to make me get.
Us.
I was going to say, you guys are going to end up making me get a new computer, and it's not going to be for editing. It's just so I can keep up with this stupid gaming crap.
Peer pressure, Tom. Peer pressure. Peer pressure.
Because I tried to do the Ninja Turtle game on this PC, and it about killed it.
Oh, the Ninja Turtle was great.
You talking about Shredder's Revenge?
Yeah, I did Shredder's Revenge and the other one, the newer, with all the old Konami games and.
The Cowabunga.
Yeah, both of them, and just every time I would try to run Steam, it would just be a pain. It was actually easier for me to stream from my Xbox, but anyway, sorry.
Yeah. Anyway, being the Conan guy on YouTube, I strongly approve of everyone being into the game.
I've really been enjoying it. Like, I'm like itching to jump back in today. That's what I'm going to be doing. That's actually what I was about to do until Tom sent me a DM. And an hour and a half later, here we are.
Now we're just going to have to get you into the movie and into the stories and the comics, and we're all set.
Oh, the classic pulp books are fantastic.
Yeah.
Like,
I think Red Sea just sold me on this one.
I mean, my husband's a big Conan fan, so he's been getting a kick out of the fact that I'm hooked on this game. He likes the fact that it's like, it's Conan, it's big, burly, violent Conan, and you have like the 4 of us girls playing, and then we're like, ooh, this is cute, or hey, let's make our rooms like this, or hey, let's go catch some baby wolves. And
this might not be the worst idea for me, because can you imagine watching someone stream Conan actually talking like Arnold Schwarzenegger? Being like, Graham says fuck you because you pissed me off, you dumb shit.
Yeah.
Kara, you have to tell your husband to watch our Conan coverage.
You abandon hell.
He'll get a kick out of that if he knows Conan.
I'll tell him about it, Andre.
Yeah.
Is it here on Midnight's Edge?
Yeah.
This
we've got
the foremost Conan channel on YouTube.
I don't know how many videos on Conan now. We've got interviews, we've got history videos, everything on Conan, man.
Yeah.
Tons and tons of Conan.
I dig it.
Andre is one of the foremost authorities on Conan on the internet. So we've got Mecha J here who says, can't wrap my head around how Mindy Kaling creating Velma and then gets honored by the president. Well, I don't know if there's a correlation there, but unless it was Mindy, thank you for making shows so bad that it killed the woke.
Well, isn't like Mindy then in good company with like this Dylan Mulvaney character, whatever his name is?
Maybe. I don't know. The only thing I've seen of that recently was Drew Barrymore going crazy.
Didn't he also give that troll lady an award too?
How dare you?
They'll get phased out just as quickly as like Caitlyn Jenner and all of the others who got famous again over transitioning did. Caitlyn Jenner, Elliot Page, all of them. They're in the headlines for like a couple of weeks, and then everybody forgot about them.
Well, what happens is being honored by the president really doesn't mean that much anymore when you look.
Actually, not the one we have right now. Because
what's interesting is that the U.S. government has the three branches, and the legislative, the judiciary, and the executive, and they're supposed to be equal, but with so much importance put on the presidency, it clearly isn't.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something to consider. Is like you should really be focusing a little bit less on the presidency and focus on the other two with as much vigor, because that's how it's supposed to work.
Yep.
Well, there's been this thing, especially in America, of like where the president has kind of been our de facto. You know how the Brits kind of fawn over the royals and shit. That's kind of what we do here, but the problem is they actually do have some power. That's the fucking problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it is kind of like, there's kind of this romanticized thing about the president, right? It wasn't until Trump that it was a thing that, it was, even back when, every time, I don't care who it was, even if you were somebody who didn't agree with like certain presidents, I know a lot of people who would sit there and gripe about it, but they would still go, well, but I still can't, I still respect him, he's the president, and stuff like that. They would at least end with shit like that. It wasn't until the whole Trump derangement syndrome that I ever heard people talk like they did about somebody like that. It just was insane. I mean, even during the days of George Bush, do I not remember people getting in that crazy? It was like, but anyway, I don't want to go too deep into that because we know how that rolls.
Yeah.
And we get moving here. Dearest says Paramount Plus India put a scene of D&D on YouTube. It has a live action version of the cartoon cast in it. Yes, that's actually in the trailer too, at least a glimpse of them.
Yeah,
so they're
at least in a TV spot. There's a glimpse of them. Yeah, that's probably all we're going to get in the movie.
And I don't want to give nothing away because I did ask some info on them. So the one thing that I think is also positive is, let's just say they don't disregard them or use them as a joke per se, from what I've heard. So that's all I'm going to say.
Are you talking about like Vox Machina? Or
no, like the characters from the 80s.
The 80s Dungeons and Dragons cartoon. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and Jason is one of the people. Jason's here. He's one of the people who's seen it already, and he said he liked it. And he assured me that the original cast, or the original characters, I should say, were treated with a little bit more respect. So, or maybe not respect so much, but they weren't disrespected like some people were afraid they were going to be, I should say. Robert says I'd watch Captain Shaw series from Metalis. A lot of people are saying that. I don't know if it'll happen.
I don't. It's not going to happen. I mean, Picard season 3 isn't doing good enough for that to happen, and also that would mean like extending with Kurt and everything. So it's not going to happen. But in the hypothetical event that it did, like pure hypothetical event, we leave Picard behind and we follow the adventures of Captain Shaw on the what's the name of that little ship
Titan.
again?
The
on
Titan.
The Titan with Commander 7 and everything. I'd watch the hell out of that.
I'd actually lobby to be part of the staff writing on that. 100%.
I'd lobby for you to be part of that too.
Yeah, because I like Todd Stashwick as an actor and as a fellow nerd, and even though I'm enjoying Picard, I still have a lot of issues with it, but I'd rather support that than anything else of Star Trek that's come out under the current regime.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll wait. We'll have to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I do not think that's going to happen. But if it did, I would not be overtly opposed to it.
I don't know anything about that, so I'm just keeping. Yep.
There you go. Yeah, and I'm not talking too much about it because I'm on protest.
We know why.
Yes, I know. He will talk to me one of these days. Paulus Plain says, Jon Favreau can quit Star Wars forever and ever, retire and produce Netflix and Chef show seasons and Chef 2014 sequels. He could, but I feel like, and this is again going off of what my comment was before, and I'll keep this real quick. I do feel like he's come to a point where he knew what happened when he pushed back with Marvel. I don't think he's willing to push back enough with Star Wars. I think he's happy to just kind of stay where he's at because he's doing his thing. Now, how long that'll last, we'll have to see. Because this new season of Mandalorian is not doing so well. So this is not looking good for him on that front. But we know who's to blame, sadly. It's just sad because I respected him a lot and I thought I still think he's a great director and writer, but I think he kind of lost his balls there. He should have stood up for Gina. Pinochet's Helicopter Tour says console versions of Diablo 3 have Nemesis enemies. Well, this is for you gamers.
That was what I played Diablo 3 on.
You played, what was it, Diablo 2 script?
I played 3. Oh, wait, you're talking to somebody else.
Yeah,
I like Diablo 2.
I was going to say he was playing 2 not too long ago. Sorry, Kara.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're good.
I was playing Diablo, and I have Diablo 2, like originally on original CD, like back in the days. And I played those. I played the Diablo, the Beelzebub mod upgrade, HD mod upgrade on my channel. And I have Diablo 2, and I played that with Ord's Boards and those guys over on his channel 2 years ago. And we're trying to rearrange our schedules so we can do the remaster again, because that was a lot of fun. Diablo 3, I was not impressed with.
So what about, Kara, you did play it though. So what did you think?
Diablo 3? Yeah. I liked Diablo 3. I haven't, it's been, I'm trying to think of the last time I played it. It's been probably 9 years or whenever it came out.
Wow, has it been that long?
It's been close to it. It was like 20.
Yeah, I hate getting old.
It was like 2010.
I remember when 2 was a new game, and I'm just like, I don't understand this shit.
I just remember the day Diablo 3 came off, I really pissed a boy off because he wanted to come over, and I told him, this is my plan. Diablo's out. This is what I'm doing. And he came over, and he's like, well, I'll just do laundry, and I'll sit here and do my own thing. And he sat there, and he huffed, and he puffed, and he's like, oh my gosh, like, are you done? I was like, no, like, finish your laundry and get the hell out. Like, this is what I'm doing.
No fun.
So I pissed a boy off over Diablo 3.
That's funny.
But it's just like, guys get that all the time from girls. Get your own little piece of it. Like,
you're in the right place.
This is my plan. But it's been a long time since I've played. I don't remember the Nemesis system very much. I just remember going through the story with friends. We did a lot of co-op on it. So it's been a bit.
You gotta understand, I'm married to this job, so yes, you're definitely in the right place. You prioritize. Waltman says an idea: if Amazon decides to sell Twitch, would anyone be surprised if Rumble buys it? Rumble took their cash out of SVB before the crash.
I don't really see Amazon selling Twitch. I think they're
Why
making.
would they sell Twitch?
Exactly.
Amazon doesn't need the cash. So they
don't.
so they're not going to sell it.
It's funny you guys are saying that because I was going to say I would be more surprised if it wouldn't be the other way around. If sooner or later Rumble sells out to somebody like the competition, like Twitch, that's bigger because of Amazon. But yeah, I don't know. I doubt it.
I for one don't see Amazon selling Twitch. Just because that's still fairly fresh. Like I remember whenever Amazon bought Twitch, and I mean they're making money off of it. I mean, usually it would be dumb of them to sell Twitch.
And the one thing Rumble has right now is what Twitch kind of doesn't, and that is a corporate overlord like Amazon. To where I think that's the advantage. And that's why we've even considered going over there to do streams. And like Andre said, we're going to definitely do streams there that we obviously can't talk about stuff here.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I don't know if they're even big enough to do that or if Amazon would be interested. Then we got MV who sends us $10. Didn't say anything, but just sent $10. Thank you so much. We got Jesus Davila who sends us a thumbs up. Thank you so much for that, Jesus Davila. And he's also a member. Speaking of members, let's see if we got any member chats that I got to catch up with here. I'm sure I do. We have Mr. Buttcrack Media, who's been a member for 5 months. Thank you for that. We had Ippikaye, I think it's like Ippikaye, sent in a message and says, Buffy and Farscape are my all-time favorite shows, and they both had strong female and male leads. Yeah, those are ones that come up quite often. Yep.
I grew up watching Buffy and Angel with my family. We watched every Wednesday night.
Yeah. And that, I think, wraps up all the member chats so far. Thank you, gang, for keeping us up to speed with those. I appreciate it, especially with 6 out today. I am swamped, and that is one of the reasons why this show has ran so long. Adam Wolford says, Andre, what is good in life?
Well, if you were to ask Conan, it would be to crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of their women.
Go make me a sandwich.
But Tom actually says it better. So, yeah. And Kara, that's a quote from the movie.
Yes, indeed. If you do not help me now, Kram, I say the hell with you. I always love that too. You should see the movie, Kara. There's where we'll trade off. You see the movie, and then I'll start playing the game.
Okay. Deal.
You might enjoy the film. It's pretty good.
And you have to do a reaction with us and a discussion afterwards.
Oh,
I don't know if you know who John Milius is, but he was the director on that one. And Oliver Stone was the writer.
Over my head.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if you know who they are.
I'm just honest that I am not good with details.
No, and Oliver Stone, that's his own fucking fault. Yeah. Because Oliver Stone hasn't done shit to be cultural relevant for like 20 years. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Like that anime guy you're such a big fan of, like the guy who themed your wedding and everything.
Oh, Miyazaki.
Yeah, exactly. Well, basically, they're Miyazaki for movies.
Ah, okay.
In the 80s.
Got it.
Yeah, John Milius was probably more famous for a lot of his writing than anything else. So, back in the 70s, he ghost wrote on a lot of things. And have you ever seen Jaws?
Yes.
He wrote the famous speech where Quint talks about the ship sinking and all his friends getting ate by the shark.
Okay.
The USS Indianapolis. He wrote that whole speech. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and he was good friends with like Spielberg and George Lucas and all those guys. Yeah. Paulus Plains says, Kara, the word sorcerer doesn't...
No, soccer.
Or soccer. Jesus, soccer. Not sorcerer. Jesus, I was thinking Conan on my brain. The word soccer does not exist in Norway. In Norway, it's football, and the Americans play American football. You guys call it American football.
By the way, it's so true.
We just call it football.
Norway,
that reminds me. Ooh, it's Ted Lasso night tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Yes!
I saw
this is another one of those Apple shows,
Very
isn't
good
it?
show.
Yes. Ted Lasso is worth Apple.
Well, there's a few things that are kind of getting me to the point where I think I might have to get it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, between Ted Lasso, you got Severance is really good. Ben Stiller wrote that one and directed it. It's fantastic.
They got the Tetris moving coming. That's the other thing.
I want to watch that one too. I heard good things about that.
And I think they're a part of Air as well, but I don't know. I know that's coming to theaters first, at least. the Air Jordan movie with Ben Affleck and Matt Damon.
Mm-hmm.
I think they are producers on that too.
I enjoyed the morning show. It had Steve Carell and
Jennifer
what's her name?
Aniston?
Jennifer Aniston and Reese Witherspoon. I liked that one.
Isn't that where Harrison Ford's new show is on too?
Shrinking.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And then also later this year, Henry Cavill's Argyle spy thrillers was.
Oh, that's right. You've been talking about that for a while.
I'm probably going to be the only person who likes Henry Cavill who's going to see that movies. To be honest, I don't hear anyone else who talks about Henry Cavill.
I hadn't heard of it. There is that new Chris Evans movies that's about to come out called Ghosted, where he plays the damsel in distress. I'm excited to watch that one. I put that one on my list.
I read that screenplay 3 years ago, and it was actually the gender roles were originally reversed.
Really?
Yes, it was the girlfriend trying to find out if she'd been ghosted, and the guy was the spy.
I personally really think it's cute that Chris Evans is doing this role. I'm excited for it.
Yeah,
me too. I think he'd be good at it. So.
Yeah. And we got one last super chat here, at least for now, where MV sends in $5. Thank you so much, MV. And he asks, "Hey, Andre, does Zachary Levi's comments contradict James Gunn's about his wife in the post credits?"
I don't think so. I don't see how.
No, they just add. I mean, I don't know if they really add much credence to it, but basically, he was just saying that the studio came up with that instead because of The Rock's interference. What that just shows is how much interference The Rock was running at that point. I think more so than anything.
Yeah, I don't see any contradiction there. So yeah, and I have to say, I think that James Gunn's wife, I think she's pretty good. In her role, like I didn't even know, like I really liked her.
Wasn't even his wife yet when she did this.
And only
keep
later
that in mind.
did I learn that she was James Gunn's then girlfriend or fiance to become wife later on.
Sorry,
but not knowing that going into Peacemaker, I thought she was really good.
I mean, clearly they were probably dating at that point, but yes, no, I mean, I just wanted to point that out.
They've been dating for a few years, but yeah, they got married before even James Gunn was hired at Warner Brothers to be the co-CEO of DC.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like this is all happening outside of that.
Yeah, but
so when he says he had nothing to do with his wife being involved there, I believe him because at that point he had no power really.
Yeah,
exactly. Because that scene was filmed before he became president and CEO of Warner Brothers.
And here's the thing: you basically want the equivalent of the Shield to do recruitment, and now when you go after Peacemaker, those are natural characters to use. Now, of course, that happens to be James Gunn's friend and James Gunn's wife, but that at this point falls into the incidental category.
I think so.
They are now the kind of like Agent Coulsons of DC because of the role they were given in Peacemaker.
I liked Peacemaker.
I loved Peacemaker.
I gotta watch it yet.
I was never able to skip the intro. I had to watch it every single time.
I heard it's pretty popular. Better than any Taylor Sheridan intros. God, that guy needs to learn how to do intros, man. Great shows, shitty intros.
They're soap opera, yeah.
I've been kind of reviewing the offer in my spare time whenever in the background script, and I'm reminded of like that intro. I'm like, God, this intro is so much better than Taylor Sheridan's intro. I don't skip it.
Yep.
But anyway, with that, we are caught up, and that brings us to the end of the program. And we want to thank Kara and Script Doctor for hanging out with us so long here. As again, like, sorry for taking so long, guys. Without Six here, I'm pulling double duty, and Mike was helping me for a while when he was here too. So thank you, Mike. Thank you, Paul, for coming in here. Thank you, Culture. Is there anybody I'm missing, Andre?
Mr. Chato.
I said Paul.
Okay, yeah. Well, no, then you didn't miss anyone.
Okay, good. So check out all their channels. And Kara, do you have anything coming up or anything you'd like to plug?
Oh gosh. I mean, I got a new job, so unfortunately I won't be streaming during the days anymore. I'll probably still be involved with like a Sunday Fun Day, play some Conan with friends on Sundays. But other than just make sure to follow my social media. I'll make sure to post whenever I do go live. I'll still be in the community. I'm not going anywhere. I will likely be lurking in here a lot while I am working now. So You guys aren't getting rid of me that easy.
I think hopefully this is a super chat they're referring to, and I didn't miss a different one. DCB Titan says, Kara confirmed unicorn. Yes.
Yeah. And we got a new subscriber in Ronnie Corbett, who says,
nice.
Cool podcast, I subscribe, peace. Oh, thank you. And
glad to hear it.
Thank you.
Yeah. And hopefully, even with your new job, you'll find time to hop in on toxic femininity from time to time.
I asked if it was good if I was still doing toxic fem, and they were just like, yeah, we actually want you to keep pursuing and doing everything that you're already doing. We want you to have, they were very awesome.
Well, and I can see where you would have to ask them that with your previous experience, right?
Yep. I just wanted to make sure that I was like, is it okay if I still do this? And they're like, hell yeah, do it.
That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. And we, of course, we love having you on Toxic Fem Mags as well, who's also one of our mods in the chat right there. It says, please mod Toxic Femininity member chats. Yes. Thank you for the reminder, Mags. And you guys could have just said that. I'm so sorry. This one here, you got to mod that one.
All right. Okay. Yes. Wonderful. I'll
because he's doing exactly what I told him to do, and I'm so sorry. I'm scrambled this morning, guys. You guys, yes, the mods. You guys you always do a great job, but today have come in extra help with 6 out because it makes a big difference. Thank you so much, guys, and you guys in the chat as well for sticking with us today. We appreciate it. Paulus Plain sends in 100 Norwegian kroner and says, "Kara, the word soccer does not exist in Norway. Welcome aboard."
Alrighty.
Football.
Football is life. Sorry, that's.
Oh gosh, I'm from Wisconsin. Trust me, that's it's a religion here.
Oh man. Well, I appreciate you bringing me in last minute. I like having these opportunities before my daytimes are a little bit busier. So it's nice.
Well, of course, like I said, we'll hopefully get to hang out with you a lot more still on Toxic Fem and whenever you are available. So yes, and we can't wait to hear more about your new job and all the cool stuff you get to do there. So thank you so much again, Karen. Thank you, Script Doctor, also for hanging in here. Appreciate that. And Andre, anything to go before we go? Anything to say before we go? He's muted and doesn't realize it.
Well, just tell me one more time. I had to drop for 1 second there.
Oh, no problem. I said anything to say before we go, but obviously you're dealing with something, so it's cool.
Be
Koalas in the rain. Koalas in the rain.
Be good people. Don't be dicks. Subscribe to the channel. Like the video. There you go.
And this is why I think Kara came back, as she was laughing her ass off last time at this. So now I bring you Koalas in the rain.
Koalas in the rain. Koalas in the rain. No fucks given. Koalas in the rain.